Chosen one. Breathe deeply for a moment. This Sunday is not like any other. It's not just another end. And it's more than a beginning. Something holy. Something marked in heaven's archives long before you were even aware is now being released over your life. This moment isn't a coincidence. It isn't just an alignment of circumstances. It's a divine appointment. And you, chosen one, are standing right in the center of it. This is not just a Sunday. It is a spiritual threshold, a reset, a rebirth, a moment whispered about in heavenly realms, now made visible through your journey. Even when you didn't know the preparation was happening, you were being made ready for this. So as you listen, I invite you to lean in with your spirit wide open. Let this word not just touch your ears, but stir something ancient and eternal within you. Comment 777 below to release your agreement in faith. Don't underestimate this. It's not just symbolic. It's an activation, a spiritual signal to heaven and earth that your breakthrough has been scheduled, and your spirit says yes. To every one of you who's been sowing seeds of support through super thanks and kind messages, thank you from the depths of my soul. You are helping carry this divine assignment further than I ever imagined. Your love is felt. Your faith is honored. Now, something is about to be revealed in the next few minutes that will explain why everything felt delayed, why the pressure intensified, and why this very Sunday was marked for your emergence. Stay with me. What's coming next will confirm what your soul has been sensing all along. God's chosen ones, this Sunday is your new beginning. Listen. You've waited with the weight of mystery pressing against your chest, not because you were forgotten, but because heaven was crafting something too precise to be rushed. That discomfort you carried wasn't confusion, it was calibration. Every silent morning, every night, when even your own prayers seemed to vanish into the ether, was part of a sacred orchestration. You were not overlooked. You were being strategically hidden, cloaked in divine anonymity, because the magnitude of your calling required isolation before manifestation. Have you noticed how tectonic plates shift quietly beneath the surface long before the earthquakes? That's what's been happening inside you. While others moved visibly, you were being fortified invisibly. The Creator didn't want your enemies to witness your foundation being laid. If Pharaoh had known who Moses would become, would he have ever allowed him to survive the Nile? You were guarded like a seed buried in volcanic ash, protected not from danger, but from premature exposure. The heat wasn't there to destroy you, it was there to forge you. The fire you thought would consume you was actually the kiln of identity reconstruction. Just as metamorphic rock forms under pressure and time, your character was being shaped beneath layers of unseen struggle. Why did the silence last so long? Why did it feel like you were disqualified just when you were being called? Why did doors stay closed even when you knocked with clean hands and pure heart? Because God didn't want you to be seen in construction only, in consecration. You were never rejected. You were reserved. Psalm 27, 5 declares, "For in the day of trouble he will keep me safe in his dwelling. He will hide me in the shelter of his sacred tent and set me high upon a rock." Your isolation was proof of intimacy, not abandonment. Isaiah 49:2 whispers of your journey. "He made my mouth like a sharpened sword. In the shadow of his hand he hid me. He made me into a polished arrow and concealed me in his quiver." Out, you were not silent. You were being sharpened. The late architect Zaha Hadid, known for designing the impossible, once said, "There are 360 degrees, so why stick to one? Her brilliance was doubted for years before the world caught up. Like her, your design didn't fit ordinary frameworks. The pause wasn't punishment, it was preservation. In contrast, Elizabeth Holmeson's hailed as the next. Steve Jobs refused the process of hidden development. She sought exposure before integrity. And the collapse of Theranos became the cost of bypassing refinement. Public applause without private foundation is a tower without steel. There's a man named Silas, a former underground pastor, who spent 11 years imprisoned without trial. No spotlight, no reward, no release date. And yet, in that obscurity, he memorized the entire New Testament, line by line, under flickering candlelight. When he was finally freed, he walked out with more clarity than men who had preached for decades. Why? Because divine preparation often happens in silence so deep, only the Spirit can hear it. Can a tree with shallow roots withstand a storm? Can a symphony be played before the instruments are tuned? Psalm 91:1 affirms it again. Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. God didn't lose track of you. He stationed angels around your silence. Your hiding was holy. What you carry is not fragilite's frequency. What was forming in you was not for quick applause, but for eternal resonance. Romans 8:18 reminds us, I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. Einma, chosen one. You weren't lost. You were incubating. And now, the shell is cracking. You, God's chosen ones, are not just emerging this Sunday. You are experiencing a profound unveiling. Have you ever sensed the invisible gears of destiny beginning to turn, preparing for a grand reveal? This is precisely that moment. You're stepping into an entirely new phase of your journey, not with hesitation or apprehension, but with absolute clarity and undeniable authority. This is more than just a fresh start. It's your definitive new beginning, initiated by a shift so powerful, it's irreversible. It's a fundamental change, much like a phase transition in quantum mechanics, where an element's atomic structure rearranges itself into a more stable and powerful configuration, permanently altering its properties. The old cycle has officially concluded. Perhaps you've felt its imminent end for weeks. That subtle shift in the spiritual atmosphere, similar to the atmospheric pressure dropping before a significant weather change, signaling a powerful storm of transformation. You might have even found yourself resisting this transition, clinging to the comforting familiarity of what you've always known. Is it possible that the comfort of the familiar has become a cage, limiting the grand design God has for you? Just as a caterpillar resists the confines of its chrysalis, a natural reluctance to change can hold us back from our destined metamorphosis. But this Sunday, a profound spiritual revelation will settle within your spirit. The bridge behind you has been consumed, not by your own actions, but by a divine, purifying fire. There is no possibility of retreating to your former self, to the old ways of living, or to the thought patterns that once confined you. This isn't merely a recycling of old parts. You are undergoing a spiritual rebirth, a complete and divinely orchestrated reconstruction. Remember the story of Lot's wife in Genesis? She lingered. She looked back at Sodom, and she was turned into a pillar of salt. Genesis 19:26. Her reluctance to fully embrace the new path, her attachment to what was being left behind, sealed her fate. You, God's chosen, are being called forward, not backward. Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. Isaiah 43:18-19. This is a divine imperative to move forward. The intricate patterns that held you captive, like a complex labyrinth designed to confuse and delay, have now been illuminated and exposed by divine light. The heavy burdens that you were never meant to carry, much like a tiny ant attempting to carry a boulder, have been divinely lifted from your shoulders. The persistent guilt that shadowed your steps, whispering accusations and dampening your spirit, has been completely forgiven. As far as the east is from the west, so far has he removed our transgressions from us. Psalm 103:12. And the corrosive shame that sought to define your very identity, attempting to label you with past mistakes, has been utterly erased. This isn't a partial cleansing, it's a total spiritual recalibration, aligning you with your divine blueprint. Steve Jobs, the visionary co-founder of Apple, after being famously ousted from the very company he created, he could have wallowed in shame or tried to recycle old ideas. Instead, he saw it as an opportunity for a new beginning, describing it as awful tasting medicine. But I guess the patient needed it. He went on to found Next and Pixar, innovations that ultimately led to his triumphant return to Apple and the creation of iconic products like the iPod and iPhone. His willingness to let the bridge burn behind him led to unprecedented innovation. However, not everyone embraces this divine fire. Consider King Saul from the Old Testament. Though chosen by God, he clung to his own ways, to his fear, and to the approval of man. He repeatedly disobeyed God's direct commands, refusing to truly let go of his past patterns of pride and insecurity. His resistance to God's transformative will lead to a downward spiral, culminating in the loss of his kingdom and a tragic end. A stark contrast to the new beginning God offered. Saul's story highlights the severe consequences of resisting the divine ending of old cycles. This new beginning is deeply personal, an internal alchemy transforming your very being. Intentionality, a talented artist who for years struggled with profound creative blocks, weighed down by the perceived expectations of others and a deep-seated fear of failure. Every canvas felt heavy, every brushstroke fraught with anxiety. One Sunday, she attended a service where the message resonated with an intense frequency she'd never experienced. It felt like an internal circuit being rewired. She went home, and for the first time in years, picked up her brush with a lightness she couldn't explain. The burdens of expectation and shame had vanished. What flowed onto the canvas was not what she thought she should paint, but what her spirit truly desired. This was her artistic rebirth, a shift in her creative parading, leading to an outpouring of vibrant, authentic work that resonated deeply with her audience. This isn't merely a subjective feeling, it's an observable spiritual phenomenon, like a shift in a gravitational field, drawing you towards a new reality. You are not being recycled, destined to repeat the same errors or revisit the same emotional landscapes. No, you are being transformed. Much like a diamond emerging from raw carbon under immense pressure, stronger, clearer, and incomparably more valuable. The burdens that were not yours to carry have been lifted with the precision of a celestial crane. The guilt that haunted you has been meticulously scrubbed away, like layers of grime from an ancient monument, revealing its original glory. And the shame that tried to define you, to brand you with inferiority, has been utterly erased from the cosmic ledger. You are now free, unfettered, and ready to walk in the fullness of your divine identity. What extraordinary purpose awaits you now that these weights have been shed? You are stepping into a dimension that doesn't mirror anything you've known before. It's not a recycled opportunity or a repackaged version of what you lost. It is utterly fresh, divinely unfamiliar, and breathtaking in its originality. What's unfolding in front of you isn't the result of performance or perfection. It is the direct consequence of resonance, your inner alignment with the frequency of heaven. This is not a transaction based on merit. It's a release based on position. What if the gates you thought were locked weren't waiting for your strength, but for your surrender? What if the timeline wasn't broken, but orchestrated to break you open, not apart? Even in the nights where tears soaked the edges of your pillow and hope felt like vapor. Your heart, though bruised, never hardened, there was a soft, sacred yes pulsing within you. When your voice failed, your spirit still spoke. That yes was not small. It was seismic. It disrupted atmospheres in ways you'll never fully understand. Psalm 34:18 says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." You weren't crying alone. Heaven was moving with your breath. Every unseen breakdown was creating underground momentum. Isaiah 6:9 reminds us, "Do I bring to the moment of birth and not give delivery, says the Lord." No contraction was wasted. You didn't miss the moment, you were being timed for it. It's not your credentials that qualified you. It was your inner calibration. Your willingness to vibrate with divine instruction, even when logic screamed for control. Hebrews 10:23 speaks directly to this. Let us hold unswervingly to the hope we profess. For he who promised is faithful. There's a reason you felt the tension. Chrysalis always precedes flight. The caterpillar does not earn wings, it surrenders to stillness. Your transformation was not a reward. It was a response to your internal yes. Why is it that the most powerful breakthroughs come after the most invisible obedience? Why is alignment harder than achievement? Vincent van Gogh, before the world embraced his brilliance, wrote, "What would life be if we had no courage to attempt anything?" His life looked like failure to the world, poverty, rejection, obscurity. Yet today, his posthumous legacy touches millions. His quiet alignment with beauty outlived every critic. Meanwhile, there was Charles Ponzi, a man who gained quick fame through illusion, a financier known for dazzling investors with false promises. His temporary success collapsed because it was not aligned with truth. His name now defined deception. There's a woman named Aria who used to sweep floors in a government building. No one knew her name. But during lunch breaks, she would journal prophetic dreams she received at night. She never showed them to anyone until years later, when one of her visions stopped a security breach. Her alignment not, her reshumeushered, her international strategy rooms. You've had visions that felt too heavy to carry. Dreams that seemed to mock you in the waiting. But what you thought had died was only germinating. John 12:24 says, "Unless a grain of wheat falls to the ground and dies, it remains only a single seed." That dream didn't disappear. It was buried strategically. But what if your delay wasn't a denial but a divine root system being formed for what must now grow quickly, wildly, and unshakably? The bamboo tree waits 5 years before it shoots through the earth. During those years, it builds an underground network strong enough to hold exponential growth. That's what has been happening in you. Even the molecules of light photons move without mass, but they carry energy. What you carried in your darkest hours now moves with velocity into open manifestation. Ecclesiastes 3:11 anchors this truth. He has made everything beautiful in its time. End of 4. Now, chosen one. Are you beginning to sense it? The fragrance of breakthrough is in the air. The things you wept over in private are about to speak for you in public. Chosen one. Something sacred is about to settle inside you, and it won't come with noise, a spectacle, or striving. This Sunday, stillness will wash over you like early morning fog, rolling over a quiet field, gentle, unannounced, but undeniable. It will silence the internal static you've learned to live with, the low-frequency anxiety you once believed was normal. You'll notice peace not because your circumstances changed, but because you did. The war outside won't disappear, but the war within will be declared over. And in that silence, a truth long spoken in heaven will reach you without interruption. You are exactly where you belong. Doesn't it seem strange when peace appears in places that used to break you? Why does clarity feel so unfamiliar after years of survival mode? That unexplainable calm is not a coincidence. It's a signal. It's the vibrational resonance of divine confirmation reverberating through your nervous system. Philippians 4:7 describes it perfectly. And the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Your stillness is not passive. It is authoritative. It's the voice of God saying, enough striving. Now, receive. End of. Psychologically, this kind of peace is not mere absence of conflict. It is inner coherence. Your soul, mind, and spirit are finally tuning to the same frequency. It's like when a conductor lifts their baton and the whole orchestra becomes silent, not because of fear, but because of alignment. Romans 12:2 confirms the transformation. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Oh, your thoughts will begin to echo purpose instead of panic. Your energy, once drained by proving your worth, will now magnetize the right people, the right doors, the right timing. Even your relationships will shift, not through confrontation, but through quiet resonance. Why are some people suddenly noticing your worth now? Why are old opportunities returning with new favor? Because timing isn't just about what's happening around you, it's about what's matured within you. Isaías 60:22 declares, at the right time, I, the Lord, will make it happen. Let's think of Yo-Yo Ma, world-renowned cellist, whose music has been described as liquid peace, known not only for technical excellence, but for his emotional depth. Yo-Yo Ma says he plays not to impress, but to connect. He once paused in the middle of a piece during a hospital concert, not to fix a mistake, but to match the heartbeats in the room. That is the power of spiritual resonance. His stillness spoke louder than any crescendo. In contrast, Jeff Skilling, once a powerful executive at Enron, built a culture of pressure and noise. Success came fast, but truth came slower. The company collapsed under the weight of its own performance without foundation. What's built without inner clarity eventually implodes. There's a woman named Leona, a single mother who used to wake up at 4 a.m. to paint, not because anyone was watching, but because the silence held her clearest visions. One of her pieces ended up in a coffee shop. A traveler saw it, bought it, and hung it in a gallery in Florence. She never advertised, never chased, she just aligned. Stillness did the announcing. Have you ever seen how a falcon, in full dive, doesn't flap its wings? It locks into stillness to gain velocity. The air itself becomes its engine. That's what's happening now. Isaiah 30:15 whispers, in quietness and trust is your strength. Your new beginning won't shout, it will resonate. This shift is not emotional, it's dimensional. You won't be looking for recognition, because healing has replaced hunger. Psalm 63, Visi promises. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. Their recognition will no longer define you, will only confirm what heaven already decreed. So, can you feel it? That pulse inside you that says, something is different now. You are not just being elevated, you are being stabilized. You, God's chosen ones, are now stepping into an undeniable power. This is your true new beginning, and absolutely no one can strip it from you. Have you ever considered that the universe operates with an underlying order, a divine synchronicity that guides all things? This Sunday's significance is no mere coincidence. It's a precisely orchestrated event. The divine doesn't act haphazardly. Its movements are always purposeful. Like the meticulous design of a grand cathedral, where every stone is placed with intention to support the whole. This timing is sacred, a moment infused with spiritual significance, and profoundly strategic. It's a calculated move on the chessboard of eternity, designed specifically for your advancement. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way. Psalm 30, Vishba, Asarim, Vishlosh. You might not have realized it, but heaven has been anticipating this precise alignment. A celestial configuration of events and energies. It's akin to astronomers charting the rare convergence of planets. Knowing such a moment heralds unique gravitational pulls and influences. While you might not have consciously expected it, rest assured, you have been thoroughly prepared. Every single challenge you faced, every rigorous test of your faith and resilience, every seemingly impenetrable closed door, none of it was in vain. There was no wasted effort, no detours without meaning. Each experience, like a carefully calibrated instrument in a complex scientific experiment, was meticulously working together, guiding you, honing you, and ultimately leading you to this very threshold. This journey, in hindsight, reveals an inherent teleology, a clear purpose embedded in every step, and we know that all things work together for good to them that love God, to them who are the called according to his purpose. Romans 8:28. And now, the door is not just ajar, it's swinging wide open. The entire atmosphere around you is discernibly different, vibrating with a new frequency. The spiritual climate is undergoing a profound paradigm shift, much like the Earth's tectonic plates moving, generating immense energy and reshaping landscapes. You are not merely receiving an invitation to the next chapter of your life. You are being decisively pushed into it with a divine impetus and clear purpose. This isn't a gentle nudge, it's a powerful force propelling you forward, similar to how a mighty river current sweeps everything in its path downstream. Do not, for a moment, underestimate the monumental unfolding that will begin from this Sunday forward. Even if the transformations aren't immediately visible or tangible on the outside, appearing as subtle shifts rather than dramatic upheavals. Grasp this fundamental truth. What commences in the unseen realm holds infinitely more power and carries greater weight than anything you can perceive with your physical senses. Think of the mighty oak tree. Its visible growth is a testament to the unseen, intricate network of roots developing beneath the soil, anchoring it and drawing nourishment. This unseen foundation is where true, lasting change originates. Are you willing to stop tiptoeing through open doors and finally step through with the authority heaven already gave you? Joseph, from the Bible, sold into slavery by his brothers, falsely imprisoned, and seemingly abandoned by all. His circumstances appeared dire and without hope. Yet, God was working in the unseen, perfecting his plan. Joseph's trials were not wastes, they were his preparation. As for you, you meant evil against me, but God meant it for good, to bring it about that many people should be kept alive, as they are today. Genesis 50:20. He was being prepared to rule Egypt, to save his family and countless others. His elevation was a new beginning, birthed from years of unseen preparation. Or reflect on Nelson Mandela, the anti-apartheid revolutionary and former president of South Africa. He endured 27 years of imprisonment, a period of immense personal struggle and global injustice. From a purely external perspective, those years could be seen as wasted. Yet within that unseen struggle, his resolve was forged, his leadership was purified, and his vision for a free South Africa became an unshakable conviction. His ability to emerge from that darkness, not with bitterness, but with a spirit of reconciliation, was a testament to the powerful, unseen work that happened within him, leading to a new beginning for an entire nation. However, not everyone recognizes or accepts this divine push. History is littered with examples of those who missed their divinely appointed timing due to pride, fear, or a refusal to let go of control. Pharaoh, in the book of Exodus, despite witnessing numerous plagues and divine signs, stubbornly refused to release the Israelites. His refusal to acknowledge God's strategic timing and allow a new beginning for his captives led to the destruction of his army and the collapse of his kingdom. Exodus 14:28. His resistance to the divine push resulted in catastrophic loss, a cautionary tale about the consequences of underestimating God's strategic hand. His cognitive dissonance prevented him from adapting to the inevitable shift. Marcus, a young entrepreneur who poured years into a startup that ultimately failed, leaving him deeply in debt and questioning his abilities. He carried the burden of that failure like a heavy backpack. Convinced he was destined to repeat past mistakes, he felt a strong pull to give up, to retreat into a life of safe, mundane employment. Yet, during a quiet Sunday reflection, a profound sense of peace washed over him, accompanied by a clear inner prompting. It wasn't a sudden business idea, but an overwhelming conviction that the years of struggle were not wasted, but were his training ground. He realized he had gained invaluable resilience and a deep understanding of market dynamics that no business school could teach. This unseen shift, this internal validation, was his new beginning. Within months, he found himself attracting new collaborators and innovative ideas, not through forced effort, but through a natural resonance with opportunities he couldn't see before. He began building again, not from a place of fear, but from a foundation of profound inner strength, leading to a truly unexpected and far greater success. This Sunday, you are entering a new spiritual ecosystem designed for your flourishing. Just as a seed, though unseen beneath the earth, contains the entire blueprint for a magnificent plant, the unseen shift happening within you now holds the full potential of your destiny. This is a profound ontological shift, a change in your very being. Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come, the old has gone. The new is here. 2 Corinthians 5:17. This is not just a poetic phrase, it's a spiritual reality manifesting in your life. Embrace this new current, this divine flow, and allow it to carry you into the magnificent future prepared solely for you. What will you allow to bloom from this profound, unseen beginning. The momentum behind you is not man-made, is invisible, divine, and unstoppable. Heaven's current has already shifted in your favor. You are no longer pushing against a closed gate. You are being carried by an unseen force that knows where you're going, even when you don't. Doors that once required you to knock, beg, or explain will now open silently because your name is already written into the blueprint of this moment. How can so much happen without visible effort? How can things begin to align just when you surrendered the urge to force them? You've stepped into Kairos time, God's appointed hour, not chronological time, but divine convergence. This isn't the result of hustle, it's the inheritance of alignment. What you are entering is governed by spiritual authority, not striving. Hebrews 4:10 speaks directly to this rest. For anyone who enters God's rest also rests from their works, just as God did from his. And the resources that once seemed out of reach are already on assignment. The answers you once sought in confusion will now arrive as whispers of clarity. Proverbs 3:5-6 reminds you, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight. You're not being rewarded for effort. You're stepping into what was always yours, timed for release. The most potent beginnings are not loud. They do not announce themselves with fireworks or applause. They begin in that sacred pause between your final tear for what was lost and your first deep breath of what is becoming. That space between endings and beginnings is holy ground in thermodynamics. There's a phenomenon called phase transitioner, moment when ice becomes water or water becomes steam. It looks still from the outside, but internally, molecules are undergoing massive shifts. That's exactly where you are standing now, invisible transformation that cannot be reversed. Can you recognize the weight of this moment, even if you can't explain it? Can your soul feel what your intellect has not yet grasped? Exodus 3:5 echoes across time. Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground. The sacred is not in the surrounding, sits in the timing. What felt ordinary before is now encoded with divine appointment. And whether your emotions have caught up or not, something irreversible is in motion. This Sunday will etch itself into your spiritual memory like the first heartbeat of a new life. You'll remember where you were, how it felt, what stirred in you, even if the world outside looked the same. The timestamp of this shift will be permanent. There was a man named Luca, a violin maker in Cremona, Italy, who once crafted instruments in silence for 12 years before selling a single one. When he finally released his first violin, it was purchased by a concertmaster who wept at its resonance. Luca didn't need to advertise his craftsmanship, carried a frequency only destiny could locate. Why do some things find us only after we stop chasing them? Why does heaven move fastest when we slow down? Contrast that with the legacy of Ivar Kreuger, known in the early 20th century as the Match King, a Swedish tycoon. He built a financial empire on deception and overextension. At the peak of fame, his name symbolized control. But when truth surfaced, his entire world collapsed in silence. His illusion of momentum lacked divine foundation. Isaiah 41:10 offers this assurance, "Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." That invisible hand is what's guiding you now. You are walking into a season where velocity replaces pressure and divine timing replaces human exhaustion. Like the moon influencing tides without ever touching the sea, God's hand is shifting things around you through gravitational grace. The puzzle pieces of your life once scattered like stardust air, beginning to find each other. What once felt too big, too distant, too fractured, is suddenly within arm's reach. John kuusitoista, 13 promises. But when he, the Spirit of truth, comes, he will guide you into all the truth. End of chapter. And when you look back, you won't point to effort, you'll point to alignment. You won't remember how hard you pushed. You'll remember when peace began to carry you. You, God's chosen ones, are about to witness a profound shift. The desires of your heart will cease to feel like distant fantasies and will begin to manifest as your tangible reality. This isn't a mere wish, it's a divine mandate being activated in your life. As this monumental transition unfolds, it's crucial to be intentional with every step you take. Have you ever observed a skilled maestro conducting an orchestra, guiding each instrument with precision, ensuring every note contributes to the masterpiece? That's the level of intentionality you're called to embrace now. Don't succumb to the urge to rush, for divine timing operates on its own perfect clock, beyond human schedules. There's no need for panic or to fall into the trap of comparison with others' journeys. Your path is uniquely crafted by the divine architect. He has made everything beautiful in its time. Ecclesiastes 3:11. Instead, move with a divine rhythm, perfectly attuned to the unseen cadence of God's plan for you. What does it mean to move with a divine rhythm? It means to speak life over your new path, declaring its truth, even when circumstances seem contrary. Much like a seasoned sailor calls out directions against a strong headwind. Knowing the compass is true, it means to stay anchored in truth, rooted firmly in the unshakable promises of God. Just as an ancient baobab tree, with its immense trunk and deep roots, stands impervious to the harshest droughts. Even if your immediate surroundings appear unchanged, remember that this transformation isn't primarily about what your physical eyes can perceive. For the greatest revolutions begin in the unseen, for we walk by faith, not by sight. 2 Corinthians 5-7. It's about what your spirit knows. That deep, intuitive certainty that resonates within your very being, and your spirit, deeply connected to the divine, unequivocally knows that it is time. The old version of you, with its limitations, past programming, and obsolete frameworks, has expired. Like a complex operating system reaching its end-of-life support, the future version of you is no longer a distant projection on a conceptual blueprint. You are now actively living in the becoming, embodying the next iteration of your divine design. As you embrace this becoming, pay keen attention to the signs that will emerge. These aren't random occurrences, but deliberate messages from the higher realms, affirming your trajectory. Watch for divine nudges, those subtle intuitions that guide your decisions, much like a gentle current subtly redirecting a leaf on a stream. Look for confirmations through numbers, sequences that seem to appear repeatedly with an uncanny precision, carrying a specific resonant frequency. Listen for words spoken by strangers that perfectly align with your deepest questions or unspoken prayers, as if they were divine whispers echoing from an unseen source. Even moments of déjà vu can be spiritual breadcrumbs, signaling that you're precisely where you're meant to be. A glitch in the matrix, revealing a deeper truth. These are all part of a complex divine synchronicity, validating your trajectory and affirming your connection to the cosmic orchestration. You are not traversing this new territory alone. The unseen forces, your angelic escorts, divine protectors, and spiritual guides there, actively guiding, protecting, and lifting you, forming an invisible shield and a powerful support system. Abraham in the Bible, called by God to leave his homeland for a land he had never seen. He walked by faith, believing in an unseen promise. By faith, Abraham, when called to go to a place he would later receive as his inheritance, obeyed and went, even though he did not know where he was going. Hebrews 11:8. His path was full of delays and tests, yet what felt like silence was divine strategy, preparing him to become the father of many nations. His desires shifted from the familiar to the divinely promised reality. Or think of Oprah Winfrey, a media mogul and philanthropist. Despite a childhood marked by immense hardship and adversity, she consistently spoke life over her dreams and stayed anchored in her truth. Her journey, often characterized by unseen struggles and systemic resistance, ultimately led to her becoming one of the most influential voices on the planet. Her life is a testament to the power of living in the becoming, even when external circumstances seemed dire. However, not everyone embraces this divine orchestration. History is littered with examples of those who missed their divinely appointed timing due to pride, fear, or a refusal to let go of control. King Jeroboam from the Old Testament, chosen by God to rule 10 tribes of Israel, quickly fell into idolatry and established false altars. Driven by a fear of losing his kingdom if the people returned to Jerusalem, he created his own new beginning outside of God's strategic plan, actively pulling his people away from the truth. His actions, rooted in a lack of faith and a desire to control the outcome, led to the spiritual corruption and eventual downfall of his lineage. 1 Kings 12:26-33. 1 Kings 14:14-16. His failure to heed divine nudges and his reliance on human cunning illustrate the severe consequences of operating outside of God's intended rhythm. His spiritual entropy accelerated, leading to societal decay. What once felt like an inexplicable delay was, in fact, an intricate design. Each pause a crucial component in God's grand blueprint for your life, allowing for crucial incubation time. What seemed like silence was a strategic period of divine preparation, a time when seeds were being sown in the unseen, much like a fallow field, gathering essential nutrients and resting for a bountiful spring harvest. What you perceived as an end was merely a profound invitation to begin again. But this time, you emerge stronger, clearer in purpose, and more perfectly aligned with your divine destiny than ever before. This is a profound recalibration of your being, a reset of your spiritual compass pointing unequivocally towards your true north. Imagine Leo, a brilliant but perpetually disorganized inventor, whose workshop was a chaotic mess reflecting his scattered thoughts. For years, his innovative concepts remained just that, concepts, because he couldn't bring them to fruition. He felt stuck in a perpetual loop of starting and abandoning projects. One Sunday, during a period of deep introspection and prayer, he felt an unusual surge of clarity, an almost palpable cognitive restructuring. It was as if his mind, once a tangled web, had suddenly snapped into perfect order, revealing an architectural blueprint for his next invention. The subsequent week, he worked with an unprecedented focus and precision, completing in days what would have taken months. This wasn't just a burst of productivity, it was his technological rebirth, a manifestation of the divine order that had silently been at work within him, leading to the creation of a groundbreaking device that revolutionized sustainable energy. His story shows the power of unseen alignment. Stay expectant. Chosen one. This isn't mere hype or wishful thinking. It's a heavenly announcement, a divine edict from the very throne of God. Your new beginning isn't some distant promise arriving someday. It commences this Sunday. It won't manifest in a small, imperceptible way, but in a manner that will echo through every moment of your future, creating a ripple effect across your entire life's timeline. It's a shift so significant that it will reconfigure timelines and restore everything that was lost, not just partially, but comprehensively, reaching into every corner of your past. The Lord will make you the head, not the tail. You will always be at the top, never at the bottom. If you obey the commands of the Lord your God that I give you today and diligently follow them, Deuteronomy 28:13, your inner glow will return, radiating a divine luminescence that illuminates your path and inspires those around you. Your faith will be unstoppable, an unyielding force that moves mountains and shatters barriers. Your path will be undeniably favored, as if the very universe conspires for your success, and your name, yes, your name will be whispered in rooms you haven't even entered yet, carried by the winds of divine influence, preceding your arrival and opening doors to unparalleled opportunities. What new vistas will your divinely favored path unveil? This is the unmistakable force of divine timing, not a coincidence, not luck, but the alignment of the eternal with the present. It's what happens when the invisible hand of God orchestrates your entrance into a moment that has been waiting for your surrender. And this right now is the moment you've unknowingly said yes to for years. The heavens have already said yes. Now, your yes unlocks what was already prepared for you. But why does it feel different without anything visible shifting yet? Why does something deep within you feel settled, even before the evidence arrives? Because it never started in your mind, it began in your spirit. That gentle certainty rising inside you is not imagined. It is prophetic recognition, like the first rays of sunlight that touch the edge of the earth before the sun appears. You're feeling the warmth of something inevitable. Your thoughts are quieter now, not empty, but aligned. Your body is no longer bracing for impact. It is hosting peace. Your soul is not screaming, it's whispering with assurance. Galatians 8:8 reminds us, but when the set time had fully come, God sent his Son. There is a fullness to divine timing that doesn't need explanation to be undeniable. You are sensing it in frequencies that logic cannot interpret. 1 Corinthians 2:14 confirms, the person without the Spirit does not accept the things that come from the Spirit of God, because they are discerned only through the Spirit. End quote. This is the language of the Spirit, resonance, not reasoning. Chosen one. The veil has been torn. The fog that once blurred your clarity is evaporating. Something sacred is awakening in you, not because of external change, but because of internal resurrection. This isn't anticipation anymore, it's arrival. The shift isn't ahead of you, it's already inside you. Why does peace often show up first in the places we used to fear the most? This isn't about what you're about to receive, it's about who you've been becoming. The internal architecture of your soul has been under reconstruction. The version of you that navigated darkness, kept going through uncertainty, held on to dreams without applause, that version isn't being discarded, it's being exalted. Psalm 126:5 declares, those who sow with tears will reap with songs of joy. You've been planting under storm clouds, but heaven never stopped recording your yes. Dr. Edith Eger, Holocaust survivor and clinical psychologist, wrote, "Your pain is not your identity, it's your school." She emerged from a Nazi death camp with more than trauma, emerged with insight. Her suffering didn't erase her identity, it refined it. You, too, have been forged in a sacred classroom. In contrast, we remember Benedict Arnold not as the gifted general he once was, but as the one who betrayed alignment for ambition. He traded his soul for a shortcut. The legacy of betrayal outweighed any previous accomplishment. There's a man named Ezra who spent 12 years writing music in an attic no one visited. He composed, not for fame, but because he felt a rhythm he couldn't explain. On his 40th birthday, a single melody from his catalogue went viral after a street performer sang it by chance. The world called it sudden. Heaven knew it was right on time. What if what you thought was invisible was simply incubating? What if every delay was protecting the root of who you were becoming? Isaiah 43:19 assures you, "See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it?" The new thing doesn't start with deliver, it begins with discernment. That's where you are. Not waiting, but recognizing. Just as a tree blooms after the soil has been tilled and the frost has passed, so too is your soul blossoming after the deep work of winter. You were not dormant. You were preparing. Romans 8:28 affirme. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. You were never overlooked. You were being optimized. You weren't waiting in vain. Every second of obscurity was sacred scaffolding. In the silence, when nothing made sense and no one seemed to notice, heaven was engineering your structure. You were not on pause. You were in formation, like an architect poring over blueprints before laying the first stone. God was crafting you with precision. You weren't just developing strength, you were being encoded with strategy. Why does it often take the silence of obscurity to unlock the authority of destiny? The strength you walk in today wasn't mass-produced, it was hand-forged in spiritual fire. Psalm 66:10 says, "For you, God, tested us, you refined us like silver." You weren't simply learning to endure, you were being purified, stripped of distraction and weighted for impact. Your intuition isn't just instinct, it is discernment sharpened through divine pattern recognition. While others rushed to be seen, you stayed still to be aligned. And now that strength becomes currency, the patience you cultivated becomes your passport into places where hustle would have disqualified you. Your quiet obedience, often misunderstood, has become the invisible key to doors no one else could open. Luke 16:10 declares, "Whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much." Your unseen faithfulness was a heavenly investment, and the return is now due. Why are you rising now? After all this time, because you didn't chase spotlight. You let the process have its way with you. While others sought shortcuts, you stood in the furnace of long obedience, like a tree that grows slowly. Your roots went deep, so your reach now won't break you. You didn't just survive waiting seasons, you absorbed wisdom in them. Isaiah 40:31 assures us, "But those who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles." There was a woman named Mireille, an apprentice watchmaker in Geneva. She spent 7 years perfecting one movement, one gear inside a luxury timepiece. Her peers laughed at her slowness, but when her model debuted, it became the core mechanism in one of the world's most sought-after heirlooms. Her slowness was not stagnation, it was mastery. In contrast, Adam Neumann, the former CEO of WeWork, soared on vision but dismissed the discipline of foundational structure. The company's implosion wasn't because the dream was wrong, it was because the roots were shallow, the pace ungoverned. Momentum without refinement can become collapse in disguise. Why do those who embrace delay often walk in doors that never respond to knocking? Your rise was not sudden, it was synchronized. The maturity within you now surpasses the metrics people use to measure readiness. 1 Peter 5-6 says, "Humble yourselves, therefore, under God's mighty hand, that he may lift you up in due time." Number 10, you don't feel perfect. That's not a disqualification. It's a sign of humility. And heaven prefers the humble. You don't see everything in place. That's not a problem. It's a sign you've finally let go of control and begun walking by revelation, not sight. 2 Corinthians 5:7 reminds us, "For we live by faith, not by sight." You've grown into someone who doesn't need external confirmation to move in divine confidence. And that's why you are ready. Not because your life looks neat, but because your spirit has achieved a depth of clarity that outer order can never manufacture. You've carried integrity like a torch in the dark when no one was applauding, when no one even knew you were holding it. You've been faithful in the invisible trenches of your calling, when the only affirmation was the whisper of God in the silence. You didn't build your life on applause, you built it on assignment. And now, the cost of that obscurity is becoming your currency. What once looked like loss is being reframed as evidence. The very thing that threatened to disqualify you is becoming the signature of your authority. Have you ever wondered if pain could be prophetic? If what broke you privately was shaping your public credibility? What you went through wasn't wasted. Your pain has become the platform and elevated place from which your voice will now carry farther. What felt like abandonment was in fact consecration. Romans 5:3-4 reminds us, we also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance. Perseverance, character, and character, hope. You're stepping into places your former self wouldn't even have had the vocabulary to imagine. And no, not everything will suddenly be flawless, but everything inside you will never be the same again. You won't see with the same assumptions. Your perception has evolved beyond people-pleasing and performative humility. Your discernment is no longer academicists activated. 1 Kings 3-9 echoes your new mindset. So give your servant a discerning heart to govern your people and to distinguish between right and wrong. You will no longer trade peace for presence. You will no longer buy acceptance with silence. This new beginning didn't just give you access, it gave you a new identity. One that no longer apologizes for healing. One that no longer shrinks to fit the comfort zones of others. You'll begin to feel it in subtle moments. The instinct to protect your spirit the way a mother guards her newborn. Why does the clarity feel so fierce now? Why do you feel lighter even as you rise higher? This is what sacred separation feels like. It's not cruelty, it's calibration. John 15:2 explains, "He cuts off every branch in me that bears no fruit, while every branch that does bear fruit, he prunes so that it will be even more fruitful." Some people were pruned, not punished. They were never meant to grow with you, only to grow you. There was a young composer named Raffi who once wrote orchestral music no one listened to. His sound was too raw, too layered, too complex. But in the stillness, he kept writing. He said yes to the process without applause. Years later, a major director discovered his piece buried in an online forum and used it for an Oscar-nominated film. Raffi didn't chase connection. He attracted it through frequency. In contrast, Billy McFarland creator of the disastrous Fire Festival, built a movement on glamour and shortcuts. He cultivated relationships for clout, not covenant, and the fallout was legendary. His collapse came not from lack of vision, but from lack of integrity. Some relationships were bridges, others were tunnels, but not all were meant to be destinations. Proverbs 13:20 reminds us, "Walk with the wise and become wise. For a companion of fools suffers harm." You are now walking with different weight. That's why some are falling away. They were only tied to your survival, not your elevation. Can something really be sacred if it requires you to shrink? Can love be real if it's only alive in your silence? Don't mourn the drift. Don't chase what heaven is releasing. This is not abandonment, it's ascension. Isaiah 43:18-19 invites you to move forward. Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Some of those connections were divine alarms, not divine assignments. They woke something in you, but they weren't meant to walk with you. So release it, not with bitterness, but with blessing. This shedding isn't loss, it's liberation. And that's okay, really. It is. You're not behind. You're not missing out. You're simply being elevated beyond the vibrations of what once held you. Release. Chosen one. Release not in bitterness, but in peace. You're not just letting go of people or places, you're surrendering expired versions of yourself. What is now arriving in your life is not accidental. It is aligned. It is sacred. And it carries a frequency that cannot coexist with noise, confusion, or compromise. Why do some chapters end not in chaos, but in clarity? Why does peace sometimes feel like loss when it's actually upgrade? What's coming will require more of your authenticity and less of your explanation. You are stepping into atmospheres where drama cannot survive. You are being called higher, and not everything and everyone is called to go with you. This Sunday is not just a date on the calendar, it's a spiritual shift point, a signal that the dimension you've been praying for is no longer in the distance, it's under your feet. You're rising, but you are not rising with arrogance. You are rising with resonance. Isaiah 60:1 proclaims, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." You are not looking down on others. You are looking ahead, anchored in obedience. And yes, there will be moments when the comfort of the old tries to whisper you back. You'll feel the pull of familiarity, the temptation to settle for what once gave you safety. But this time, something sacred within you will resist, not from fear, but from frequency. The old vibrations don't match your new design. You're not abandoning anyone, you're aligning with your anointing. Have you outgrown the shell of who you were? Can a butterfly shrink back into its cocoon without breaking its wings? There was a time when you needed that environment, those relationships, that approval. But now, what used to feel safe feels suffocating. Your nervous system no longer registers survival as success. Romans 12:2 confirms this transformation. Be transformed by the renewing of your mind. This isn't detachment, it's distinction. Angela Duckworth, a pioneering psychologist and author of Grit, once said, "Enthusiasm is common, endurance is rare." You've endured, and that endurance has changed your DNA. You are now calibrated for longevity, not intensity. Your consistency in the quiet is what positioned you for this shift. In contrast, the tragic downfall of Bernie Madoff serves as a brutal reminder. When your elevation outpaces your integrity, collapse is inevitable. He constructed an empire on illusion, and when reality caught up, Generations paid the price. The lesson: what you carry must be sustainable, not just scalable. There's a woman named Kiera who grew up in a household full of emotional chaos. She made a vow early on: I will not pass this down. She spent years in therapy, fasting, journaling, praying in secret. Her breakthrough wasn't loud. It came one night when her daughter looked at her and said, I feel safe with you. Kiera didn't just break a cycle, she rewrote her bloodline. What if your obedience today is setting healing in motion for people you'll never meet? What if your courage is the cure to battles your ancestors never defeated? This Sunday isn't random. It's a divine interruption and axis shift. Exodus 2:6 says, He shows love to 1,000 generations of those who love Him and keep His commandments. What feels like a personal transition is actually a generational activation. You are not just shifting seasons, you are shifting systems. You are the pattern breaker, the first, the blueprint, the way shower. And that's why it took so long. That's why the pruning was so precise. Because when heaven authors a new chapter, it does not rush. It writes with legacy in mind. Jeremiah 1:5 reminds you, Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. This chapter was never optional. It was encoded in your assignment. That's why it felt like nothing was moving. That's why you questioned your pace, your path, your prayers. You weren't stuck. You were being set, like a diamond under pressure. The delays weren't rejection, they were refinement. Divine timing doesn't bow to human urgency. It obeys only precision. Why did it feel like the doors around you were sealed shut? Why did everything seem slow? Even when your spirit felt ready, because sacred seasons are never rushed. In architecture, the tallest towers require the deepest foundations. If what you're building is generational, then what you're enduring must be foundational. Ecclesiastes 3:11 reminds us, He has made everything beautiful in its time. You were not forgotten. You were being finished. Now the unseen becomes visible. The scaffolding of your soul quietly layered through trials and trust is surfacing. You're not behind. You're right on divine schedule. Luke 1:20 says, My words will come true at their appointed time. You're starting to see it. Sacred signals scattered throughout your days. A phrase in a song that mirrors your prayer. A person reaching out with uncanny timing. A moment of clarity that lands in your chest before your mind can explain it. Could these signs really be divine? Could this alignment really be supernatural? Yes, because your spirit is no longer tuned to urgency. It's tuned to resonance. 1 Corinthians 2:9 declares, What no eye has seen, what no ear has heard, God has prepared for those who love Him. You're not imagining it. You're not being too hopeful. You're not naive. You're simply attuned. This is what it feels like to move with God's wind at your back. Theologian and author Henry Nouwen once wrote, Waiting is a period of learning. The longer we wait, the more we hear about Him for whom we are waiting. He spent years tending to the mentally disabled in obscurity, listening more than speaking. His breakthrough was not. Formate was formation. In contrast, Anna Delvey, real name Anna Sorokin, a con artist who posed as a New York heiress, bypassed process for illusion. She created access through manipulation and lost everything once the truth surfaced. The lesson: what's built on pretense eventually collapses under truth. And there's a young man named Mateo, a quiet street barber in Guatemala City. For 10 years, he offered free cuts to kids who couldn't afford them, never expecting anything in return. One day, A tourist posted a video of his work. It was shared by millions. A global sponsor flew him to open youth academies in 3 countries. Matteo didn't seek a platform. He served with purity, and platform found him. Isaiah 55:11 anchors it. My word will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire. And so, don't rush the unfolding. Don't panic in the mystery. Let the brushstroke finish its curve. Let the seed finish breaking beneath the soil. Why should an eternal God be expected to move at temporary pace? You weren't designed for frantic growth. You were designed for divine release. You are not in delay. You are in rhythm. And this Sunday is not a coincidence. It is a covenant in motion. You don't need all the answers to take the first step. You never did. Answers come after obedience, not before. The next chapter isn't waiting for clarity, it's waiting for trust. The voice within you, the one that speaks peace, even when your thoughts spiral into fear, isn't your imagination. It's your instruction. That gentle inner frequency, that divine nudge that defies logic, is the Holy Spirit activating direction where details don't yet exist. Have you ever felt the path shift beneath your feet without knowing where it leads? But knowing it's real, that's not a sign of weakness. That's faith. Isaiah, tretos and tous and promises. Whether you turn to the right or to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you, saying, "This is the way, walk in it." That voice is no longer a whisper you question. It's your compass now, and it's calibrated by purpose, not popularity. You're being guided into spaces that were always waiting for the real you to show up, not the polished, proven version, but the surrendered, spiritually aware one. Proverbs 16:9 says, "In their hearts humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps." This step isn't logical, it's prophetic. This is the kind of beginning people write memoirs about, the kind of spiritual threshold that becomes a timestamp for future transformation, years from now. When they ask where it all changed, you'll say, "That Sunday," not because something outside of you exploded, but because something inside of you finally exhaled. Why does your spirit feel so calm even when your mind still doesn't understand? Why do you feel a sense of home in a place you haven't walked into yet? Because peace is not the absence of uncertainty, it's the evidence of alignment. John 14:27 tells us, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives." This is divine peace, the kind that lifts clouds, shatters chains, and resurrects hope. You'll look back at this moment, not with regret, but with reverence. You'll remember where you were sitting, what you were wearing, the subtle shift in the atmosphere that felt like God exhaling over your life. This isn't just another Sunday, it's a spiritual rebirth. Frida Kahlo, the legendary Mexican painter, once said, "At the end of the day, we can endure much more than we think we can." Her art, born from unspeakable pain, became her resurrection. She didn't wait to be healed to begin again. She created through the ache, and you, chosen one, have done the same. Your scars are not shame, they are signals that you lived through what was meant to destroy you. In contrast, Thomas Midgley Jr., a brilliant inventor, changed the world with innovations like leaded gasoline and CFCs, but at a cost he never predicted. His solutions weren't rooted in wisdom, and decades later, his inventions harmed the very world he tried to improve. Innovation without discernment creates fallout. There's a woman named Sila who worked in a small flower shop for 12 years. Every bouquet she made carried a handwritten note with a Bible verse. though no one asked her to. One day, a grieving widow received her flowers, and the verse was the exact scripture she'd prayed that morning. That moment led to Selah being invited to speak at a healing retreat, where her quiet voice became a river of restoration. Her first step wasn't grand, it was grounded. You don't need to know what's at the end of the road. You just need to say yes. You just need to move with the wind, not against it. 2 Corinthians 5:7 reminds us, "For we live by faith, not by sight." And so let go, not recklessly, but righteously. The old has gone, the new has come, and your life, yes. Your life is about to become the evidence that daring to believe is more powerful than waiting to be certain. You are not broken. You are breaking through. You are not behind. You are being positioned. You are not defeated. You are being divinely aligned with a momentum that outpaces anything you've ever known. What looked like failure was the fracture required to release what's always been locked inside of you. The rupture made room for revelation. What if the shaking wasn't meant to scatter you, but to launch you? This Sunday is not just another sunrise. It's a prophetic activation. As the light breaks across the sky, so does your identity across the veil of delay. You're not starting from zero. You're stepping into destiny with the weight of experience and the fire of clarity. You don't speak with the voice of survival anymore. You speak with the resonance of revelation. With every breath, you reclaim your spiritual inheritance. With every heartbeat, your steps echo with divine purpose. With every word you release, heaven harmonizes with your declaration. Yoel kaksi kumentavisi promises. I will restore to you the years that the locust hath eaten. That restoration doesn't come through begging. It comes through believing. Speak it aloud. I am beginning again. Not from scratch, but from strategy. Not with fear, but with fire. What you've stepped into is not ordinary change, it is elevation, not just motion. But divine propulsion. Romans 8:11 confirms it. And if the spirit of him who raised Jesus from the dead is living in you, he will also give life to your mortal bodies. You are not rising by your own strength. You are being lifted by resurrection power. This is divine acceleration. The removal of resistance and the increase of resonance. You've stepped into a current that can't be stopped, slowed, or reversed. You no longer have to chase alignment. You are the alignment. Why does everything seem to be unfolding at once? Why is favor finding you faster than your plan ever could? Because the delay has expired. The divine has lifted the handbrake. The spiritual traffic jam that held your next level hostage has been cleared. Habakkuk 2:3 says, though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay. What looked late was right on eternal schedule. Visualize the gravitational slingshot used by NASA to propel spacecraft around planets. They don't fight against the planet's pull. They ride its momentum. That's you now. Divine gravity is carrying you into acceleration. You couldn't earn with effort. You are no longer launching from effort. You are launching from alignment. Jane Chen, co-founder of Embrace Innovations, developed a life-saving infant warmer for premature babies in underserved areas. She didn't start with millions. She started with a burden. Her invention now saves thousands every year, not because she raced ahead, but because she refused to let delay kill the mission. That is divine acceleration through obedience. In contrast, Charles Ponzi promised fast returns with no foundation. His empire grew rapidly, but unsustainably. His name became synonymous with fraud. The lesson: speed without substance leads to collapse. There's a man named Braxton, a former janitor who used to pray over the office floors he cleaned. He declared that one day he would sit in the boardroom. 15 years later, he returned, this time as CEO. The promotion wasn't political, it was prophetic. The prayers soaked in silence had been recorded in eternity. Ephesians 3:20 declares. Now to him who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine, you've entered that more. The storehouses have been unlocked. The blessings are not trickling, they're flooding. You no longer have to chase what is already assigned to you. You don't have to knock when the gate is already swinging open. You don't have to convince anyone of what God has already decreed. You're not asking anymore. You're receiving. In overflow. In order. In motion. This Sunday was not just a service. Not just a sermon. Not just another moment. It was the spiritual ignition of your overflow. It marked the unlocking of what had been preserved. Not denete. The season of waiting turned into the release of what was always yours, stored. Not stolen. And now, chosen one. It's time to receive. You're no longer entering spaces as someone who doubts their place. You're not asking for permission to be present. You're walking in with the stillness of someone who's already been sent. There is a sacred boldness on you, now quiet. Not loud, steady. Not showy. You don't need to announce your new beginning. Your presence carries the imprint of divine elevation. Why does the room feel different when you enter now? Why are you no longer shrinking to be accepted? Because your frequency has changed. You are not who you were, even if the people around you haven't caught up yet. 2 Corinthians 5:17 affirms, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come, the old has gone. The new is here. That newness isn't about perfection, it's about alignment. Your voice now carries weight because it carries wisdom. Your decisions are no longer reactions, they're revelations. What you say, how you move, what you allow in your space, it all speaks louder than explanation. This isn't arrogance, this is awareness. And spiritual maturity always looks like quiet authority. Neuroscience calls this limbic recalibration, when the brain rewires after sustained reflection. Clarity and spiritual peace. You are not operating from fight or flight anymore. You're flowing from rest. With this new awareness comes holy responsibility. You can't afford to drag yesterday's patterns into tomorrow's promise. You must protect what has shifted. Proverbs 4:23 Urges. Above all else, guard your heart. For everything you do flows from it. I dead. There will be old cycles that try to re-enter, dressed as comfort, disguised as opportunity. But not everything that looks familiar is meant to be welcomed. Not every invitation deserves your presence. Some doors lead back to the very delays God just delivered you from. Why do you feel such urgency to guard your peace now? Why does noise agitate you when it once entertained you? Because peace is no longer your goal, it's your guidance system. Philippians 4:9 says, whatever you have learned or received or heard from me, put it into practice, and the God of peace will be with you. Peace isn't passive, it's a compass. Dr. Miles Monroe, a global leader in purpose and leadership, once said, the greatest tragedy in life is not death, but life without purpose. He taught in boardrooms and slums alike, and always from the same place, identity. You now live from identity, not insecurity. In contrast, Lance Armstrong, world-renowned athlete, arose on talent, but fell on deception. He didn't lose his strength. He lost his credibility. Why? Because performance without integrity will eventually self-destruct. There's a woman named Amari who used to host small prayer circles in a laundromat. No stage, no microphone, just faith. People would walk in to wash their clothes and leave having wept, worshipped, and encountered the Spirit. A few years later, Amari was asked to lead a citywide revival. She didn't push for the platform. She protected the purity, and the platform came. Isaiah 32:17 offers the proof. The fruit of righteousness will be peace. Its effect will be quietness and confidence forever. That's where you are now, not just moving forward, but moving with clarity. So don't apologize for outgrowing what was never meant to grow with you. Don't feel guilty for declining access where there is no alignment. This is not rejection. This is stewardship and peace. Your new compass is always worth protecting. You don't have to explain your journey to Ninot anymore. The evidence isn't in your words. It's in your endurance. It's in the version of you that stayed faithful when everything in life told you to fold. That version, the one that whispered yes through tears. The one that chose integrity over applauses. The proof that you're not just surviving, you're rising. And now, as this Sunday unfolds, heaven is no longer asking you to chase answers. It's inviting you to follow presence. You may not know how everything will come together, but you know who is bringing it together. That's enough. The stillness you feel isn't weakness, it's wisdom. The quiet strength rising in you doesn't need permission to speak. It's already speaking. And the dreams that have stayed tucked in the corners of your heart, they were never fantasies. They were blueprints. Divine assignments written for such a time as this. From this moment forward, you are not a wanderer. You are a warrior of destiny. And this path, though unfamiliarized, tailored for your growth, your glory, and your greatness, it will not require you to become someone else. It will require you to remember who you've always been. So, if this message spoke to your spirit, like it was written just for you, I invite you to like, share, and comment 777 as a signal of agreement in the Spirit. Your voice matters here. This community grows stronger every time you show up with your authenticity, and whether you've supported this channel through super thanks or simply by pressing play thank you, your presence is seen, your hunger for truth is honored, and your journey is sacred. I bless you today with clarity that quiets confusion. I bless you with courage to say yes to what's already said yes to you. I bless you with divine acceleration, divine rest, and divine protection as you step into everything God has reserved in your name. This Sunday has already marked your life forever. Now walk forward like someone who knows. You're not proving it anymore. You're living it. Chosen one, pause whatever you're doing. Turn down the noise. Block out every distraction. Because this is not just a video. This is a divine interruption. Something is pulling you here. Not just your curiosity, but your spirit. If your eyes are seeing this and your heart is beginning to tremble, that's not random. That's confirmation. Heaven has opened a window, and you've been drawn into it because tonight something sacred, strange, and supernatural is about to occur. This message is not for the masses. It's not for the casually curious. It's for those who are marked, for those who have been walking through the storm with no umbrella, trusting God in the silence, wrestling in the wilderness with nothing but faith and scars. It's for you, the one who's felt like giving up but didn't. The one who kept praying when it felt like heaven was quiet. And now the shift begins. Tonight, your body may go still, your limbs may feel like stone, but don't panic, don't run, because it won't be paralysis from fear. It will be the weight of glory. You're about to be arrested by the presence of God. There will be no room for movement, only majesty. You will be suspended between the natural and the supernatural, held still so the Spirit can move wildly within you. Comment 777 below if your soul is already stirring, if something in you is whispering, "This is for me." That number is not just symbolic, it's spiritual. It signals heaven that you're in full alignment with what's being released right now. And before we go deeper, let me pause and say this from the depths of my soul. To every single one of you who has supported this channel through super thanks, you are not just viewers. You are co-builders in a divine assignment. Your generosity has expanded our reach and empowered these messages to touch souls across the world. Thank you. You're sowing into sacred ground, and your harvest will not delay. But now, lean closer, because what you're about to hear next may shake everything you thought you knew about divine encounters. Have you ever wondered what it would feel like to be completely awake in the spirit, but unable to move a single muscle in the natural? What if the very thing you thought was a breakdown was actually God's way of making you still enough to receive a breakthrough blueprint? What if the silence of your body was the loudest moment of your calling? Stay with me, because in the next few moments, you're going to understand why this night is not like any other night. What's coming may just be the holiest, most electrifying, most life-rearranging hour you've ever lived through. Let's go deeper. God's chosen ones, you are going to be paralyzed for the whole night. Extreme changes. You've ruled out every natural explanation, haven't you? No medical condition fits. No amount of sleep or rest has helped. This isn't exhaustion from overwork, nor a crash from emotional strain. And yet, tonight, something foreign has overtaken you. You tried to stretch, to rise, to flow through your familiar rituals, but an unseen force has halted your every move. What could silence the rhythm of your body so completely? There's a reason you feel paralyzed, but it's not rooted in anything earthly. This is not illness. This is not weakness. This is divine intervention, much like when Ezekiel fell to his face before the glory of the Lord and could not rise until the Spirit entered him again. Ezekiel 3:23-24. You are experiencing a holy stillness, sacred, unsettling, and purposeful. God is interrupting your motion to initiate your transformation. Your soul is being rewired. Your spiritual nervous system is undergoing a recalibration that cannot happen while you're in motion. Have you considered that this momentary stillness is preparation, not punishment? Could it be that you are being preserved, not paused, for something far greater than you expected? When Jacob wrestled with the angel until dawn, he walked away limping, but he walked away with a new name and divine favor. Genesis 32:24-31. Just like Jacob, you're in a night of divine contention, and the paralysis is the mark of transformation, not defeat. The heaviness in your limbs, the inertia pressing against your muscles, it is not fatigue, it is the gravity of destiny. You are not being stopped because you are failing. You are being held because the next level requires a different architecture. God does not send new instructions through outdated systems. What if the feeling of being frozen is God reprogramming you at the cellular level? Cardinal Robert Sarah, a Catholic theologian known for his reflections on silence and divine stillness, once said, "Silence is not an absence. On the contrary, it is the manifestation of a presence, the most intense of all presences." Could it be that what feels like absence in your body is actually the overwhelming presence of the sacred? Outside the spiritual realm, renowned artist and Holocaust survivor Yehuda Bacon spoke about a night when he could not move or speak after witnessing the horror of a camp execution. But he later claimed that night became a turning point. "In that paralysis, I saw God's back. I understood beauty in a way I never had." His creative rebirth came after his body shut down completely. You are in a similar threshold, a space between former patterns and future power. Consider the chrysalis. A caterpillar suspends itself, motionless, wrapped in silence, only to emerge later as a creature of light and flight. Would the butterfly exist if it resisted that silent pause? Could your stillness tonight be the chrysalis for a new spiritual authority? And still, the question remains, why now? Why you? Why this kind of divine arrest? Consider Job, whose entire life collapsed overnight. But in the wake of cosmic loss, God restored him with double what was taken. Job 42:10. Your paralysis isn't the end. It's the intermission before multiplication. What looks like stillness is strategy. What feels like abandonment is recalibration. A woman named Marisol once woke in the middle of the night, unable to move. Her breath was shallow, her limbs lifeless, but her spirit was aflame. In that hour, she received a vision of her future ministry. She saw names, places, people she'd never met. That night of spiritual paralysis became the blueprint for a life that would later impact thousands in refugee communities across Europe. You are being sealed tonight in holy stillness. The world is convulsing. Geopolitical tensions are surging. Spiritual warfare is intensifying. Cosmic disturbances ripple through timelines. Your paralysis isn't isolated. It's synchronized with something heavenly. Could it be that God is setting you apart in this moment so you won't be swept away in the global spiritual chaos? Like the roots of a redwood tree, which grow wide and deep before towering upward. Your grounding must come before your rising. Nothing strong emerges from a shallow place. You've been feeling it for days, haven't you? The internal suspension, the invisible slowing, as if something greater than you has reached inside and pressed pause on your soul. It's not fatigue. It's not confusion. This is not something that a vacation, a nap, or a cup of coffee could fix. What you're going through right now is spiritual sedation, an anesthetic applied by the hand of God himself to begin the most delicate operation of your life. God has already scanned what's ahead. He has seen the violent storms swelling across the spiritual landscape of nations. Civil unrest, generational curses breaking open, demonic alliances forming under the cover of politics and media. And he has hand-picked you, not to observe, but to intervene. But what kind of responder can you be unless your entire inner world is stripped, silenced, and realigned? When the prophet Isaiah was commissioned, he first had to be undone. The coal from the altar didn't touch his lips until he admitted, "Woe is me, I'm a man of unclean lips." Isaiah 6:5-7. Could your stillness tonight be a coal moment, a divine purification that makes your voice fit for battle? You may be walking, talking, even smiling, but deep inside something has frozen, not in fear, not in defeat, but in the still command of divine intention. Has it occurred to you that this paralysis is not a malfunction, but an invitation into a realm beyond motion? That your old operating system, one built on past wounds, reactive defenses, trauma-induced survival instincts, is being forcibly dismantled? When Elijah fled to the cave in 1 Kings 19, he wasn't hiding from Jezebel as much as he was being reset. God didn't speak to him in fire or earthquake, but in a still, small voice. What if your inner silence tonight is actually the environment required to hear instructions for your next assignment? You've been dragging weight that doesn't belong in the next chapter. Emotional habits born in childhood, thought patterns that comforted you in storms, but now sabotage your growth. That's why God has pulled the plug on your natural rhythms. Heaven can't allow dysfunction to hitchhike into destiny. Malachi Navarro, a neuropsychologist and trauma researcher who grew up in Bogota, once described his darkest season. "I felt like I was floating outside my body for months, unable to function. I thought I was broken, but in hindsight, I was in a reprogramming cocoon. When I came out of it, I had a new mind. He later became a leading voice in spiritual neuroscience, helping hundreds of ex-gang members recover identity through inner healing. There's construction happening in the silence. Your hands might not be building anything visible, but every part of you, your instincts, your memories, your reflexes, are being taken apart and rebuilt to match the intensity of your next mission. Picture a volcano just before eruption. The surface is calm, but deep within, tectonic shifts are sculpting new geography. This is what's happening inside your soul. Miriam, a midwife in northern Italy, once found herself unable to speak for 3 full days. She had no medical condition, no stroke, no trauma. But during that time of internal silence, she said she felt God recoding the language of my mind. After that, she became a prophetic intercessor for abused children in war zones, often praying with an accuracy that shook even seasoned missionaries. Can you sense it now? This is not just a delay, it is divine disassembly. And where you're going, you will need a level of spiritual firepower that cannot be downloaded. It must be installed through stillness. Paul reminds us in Romans 12:2, be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Renewing isn't refreshing, it's rebuilding. What if this spiritual sedation is the evidence that your neural pathways are being re-etched with heaven's designs? Picture the Arctic fox in winter, still, white-coated, perfectly camouflaged and unmoving. It is not hiding, it is conserving power for the hunt, for survival, for precision. Stillness is not always surrender. Sometimes it's strategy. What you're experiencing is not fatigue, it's holy surgery. You are not resting, you are undergoing divine recalibration. God is inside your nervous system, mapping your synapses, rewiring your reflexes. He is correcting what trauma encoded, rewriting what fear imprinted. No scalpel, just sovereignty. No bandage, just glory. You've mistaken the weight in your limbs for weakness, but heaven knows better. What presses down on you tonight is not fatigue. It is divine anesthesia. The Holy Spirit has subdued every fiber of your flesh, not to silence you in punishment, but to still you for precision. Just like a skilled surgeon who waits until the patient is fully under before cutting deep, God is working where words, therapy, and human touch could never reach. Your trauma was buried too deeply for language. Your mind, in an act of survival, locked it away behind reflexes and defense mechanisms. But survival mode no longer aligns with where you are going. Could it be that God has interrupted your awareness not to confuse you, but to protect you from interfering while he performs spiritual reconstruction? David wrote, "You knit me together in my mother's womb." Psalm 139:13. But tonight, he is knitting you back together in your spiritual womb. You are undergoing regestation, not into infancy, but into divine maturity. What you thought was emotional exhaustion is the nervous system's surrender to a higher intelligence. The Spirit of God has taken over your adrenal responses, rewritten your biochemical alarms, and is detoxing the cortisol cycles that trauma hardwired into your flesh. Visualize the root system of a centuries-old olive tree. Storms may thrash its branches, droughts may parch its soil, but its roots dig deeper into hidden reserves. You are like that now. You are not falling apart. You are digging into the realm of the unshakable. But this rerouting must take place in stillness. Psychiatrist and Holocaust rescuer Dr. Viktor Frankl, author of Man's Search for Meaning, once said, "Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose. That space, where your choices arise from wisdom, not fear, is what God is enlarging in you tonight." Could it be that he is creating the space within your soul that trauma once stole? You won't wake up tomorrow simply inspired. You will wake up restructured, not motivation, but transformation. This is not divine coaching. This is resurrection by recoding, like Lazarus being called from the tomb. Not healed, but reborn. So will you walk out of this night wrapped in spiritual clarity. Have you noticed how your breath feels slower tonight? How your thoughts feel foggy? That's not disorientation. That's divine sedation. You're not broken. You're being programmed with supernatural code, line by line, into your neural pathways. Your past taught you to flinch, to defend, to retreat. But God is rewriting those scripts. Tonight, the reflexes of fear are being replaced by the responses of faith. Caleb Moreno, a trauma survivor and military chaplain, once shared a night where he felt like he couldn't speak, couldn't move, and was haunted by flashbacks of war. But instead of panic, he heard an inner voice whispering scripture. For 8 hours, he wept silently while seeing images of his childhood, one by one being touched by light. Today, Caleb leads global recovery groups for veterans with PTSD, teaching them to welcome stillness as holy ground. What used to trigger collapse will soon trigger command. You will not be hijacked by fear anymore. That version of you, the one who braced for impact, is being uninstalled. A divine software is being installed tonight. Its functions? Patience without strain, peace without passivity, discernment without paranoia, inner authority without arrogance. When you open your eyes again, the world won't have changed, but your interface with it will, just as Jesus rebuked the storm, not by panicking, but by speaking from authority. Mark 4:39. So will you respond, not from the scars of your past, but from the Spirit's power dwelling in your bones. A woman named Lainey once said that she felt like she had died during the night. Everything inside her had gone still, yet she awoke with a song in her chest. That morning, she left her job, moved to a different country, and began writing songs that would later bring healing to those on the verge of suicide. She had no plan, just peace, just clarity. You are not losing yourself. You are being stripped of false layers. The version of you that emerged from trauma is being laid to rest so the eternal you can rise. This night is not the end. It's your spiritual reboot. This is not wishful thinking wrapped in poetic language. This is divine transformation happening beneath your skin, within your bones and inside your very cells. What's occurring tonight isn't conceptual. It's chemical, neurological, spiritual. The very nervous system that once flinched under fear's dominion is now trembling in response to the weight of glory. You aren't being encouraged, you're being overtaken. What if the flood of divine light entering your biology is not symbolic, but literal? Stress hormones once ruled your body like cruel taskmasters. Cortisol and adrenaline, secreted endlessly by your trauma-soaked system. But tonight, heaven overrides them. Light-based intelligence, the breath of God, encoded in radiant frequencies, is now speaking to your molecules. When Jesus said, "I am the light of the world," John 8:12, he wasn't speaking metaphorically. He was referring to a literal force that heals and restores all things, even at the atomic level. Can you feel your body responding to that frequency now? This is not therapy. This is a holy takeover. You will not rise tomorrow the same. You won't think the same, walk the same, respond the same. Time has etched its marks on you, not only through aging, but through the wear and tear of unrelenting pain. Every anxious night, every moment of internal collapse, every tear you couldn't explain altered your physical body. But you were never created to be a warehouse for emotional warfare. Psalm 103:5 declares, "He satisfies your desires with good things so that your youth is renewed like the eagles." God isn't just encouraging your soul tonight, He's resurrecting your biology. Have you wondered why your bones have ached? Why your muscles feel sluggish? Why your brain has felt like mist? Could it be because God is reaching into your cellular architecture and writing new instructions? Juan Alberto Morales, a bishop and contemplative theologian, once spoke of a season where he couldn't move from bed for weeks. "Doctors found nothing wrong," he said, "but I knew my body was burning with the hand of God. When I finally stood up, I walked with a clarity I had never known, not healed, reborn." Morales went on to mentor spiritual leaders worldwide, many of whom testified to experiencing similar phases of divine physiological recalibration. Picture the molting of the golden eagle. In a rare stage of renewal, it loses old feathers so that stronger, sharper ones can emerge. During this vulnerable process, it cannot fly. But when the process is complete, its power is unmatched. You are in that same divine molt, not weakened, reinforced. Your wings are forming in silence. This is not inspiration, it is incarnation. Heaven's breath is now moving through your mitochondria, the powerhouses of your cells. Your hormonal rhythms are being recalibrated. Your DNA is receiving new instructions, restorative codes, sacred blueprints. The damage from years of grief, fear, and heartbreak is being reversed by the very one who breathed stars into being. Angela, a linguistics professor from Montreal, once suffered from chronic joint pain for over a decade. After one night of unexplainable stillness, no dreams, no pain, just deep internal silence, she awoke completely symptom-free. She later described the experience as a total reset, after which her life's direction pivoted into cross-cultural missionary training. That night, she said, "God didn't just heal me, He restructured me. Your blood will no longer circulate with residue from the past. Your joints will no longer move under the weight of sorrow. Your breath will no longer carry the rhythm of stress, but the cadence of divine strength. What's returning to you is not imagined, it is physical, tangible, activated by the Holy Spirit and sustained by the power that raised Christ from the dead." Romans 8:11. Have you realized that you are not being restored to who you once were, but into someone who has never existed before? That this rebirth is not a recovery, but a divine recreation. You are not just being lifted, you are being built again from the inside out. You are not just being helped, you are being made new. You are not just healing, you are being reissued as a vessel of glory. Everything about your function, mental, emotional, physical, is being updated with heaven's code. When you rise, it won't be a return, it will be a release. It may feel disorienting, this strange sensation of being caught in between dimensions, hovering somewhere between awareness and sleep, stillness and movement. Your body won't respond the way it used to. You blink, but your limbs resist. You sense, but cannot act. Could it be that this isn't paralysis, but holy preservation? What if this strange holding space is not a punishment, but a portal? You are not trapped. You are being held, wrapped in divine sequence, locked in divine calibration. The hands that created galaxies are the same ones now steadying your body, pressing pause on every system that was built in survival rather than sovereignty. Your spirit cried out for transformation, didn't it? For realignment, for deliverance, for something more than the constant noise. And heaven has responded, not with noise, but with sacred silence. Because before transformation comes, demolition must begin. Jesus told his disciples in John 12:24, "Unless a grain of wheat falls to the ground and dies, it remains alone. But if it dies, it bears much fruit." Could the version of you that once performed for approval, adapted from rejection, and hid behind fear now be falling to the ground, so the true you can finally rise? Tonight is not about adding to you, it's about subtracting everything that God never authored, every identity you constructed to survive betrayal, every reflex rooted in trauma, every layer of people-pleasing dressed up as kindness. He's tearing it all down. This is not behavior modification. This is spiritual reconstruction. Have you felt like you're floating between timelines, between what was and what's coming? That's because you're standing in the sacred hallway between death and rebirth. Not death of your life, but death of your false self. What you feel is not a glitch. It is a holy interruption. This is heaven's blueprint being carved into your bones. When Gideon was called to lead, he was hiding in fear, cloaked in an identity of smallness, Judges 6. But God didn't encourage his current identity. He demolished it by calling him mighty warrior. Could the restraint you feel tonight be heaven's way of breaking off your false name and giving you a truer one? Archbishop Desmond Tutu, the South African spiritual leader and anti-apartheid activist, once said, "True transformation does not begin until you sit still with your brokenness." That stillness isn't defeat, it's divine strategy. And tonight, you are sitting still not because you're confused, but because you are being confronted by heaven's mirror. A woman named Rena once described a night where she felt frozen in God's grip, unable to move, yet flooded with visions of her life being disassembled. She wept silently, watching layers of pride, fear, and inherited pain fall like scales from her soul. When she woke, she knew she wasn't just healed, she was reassigned. That week, she left her corporate job and began counseling survivors of cult abuse. The final stillness before a tectonic shift, when the ground becomes eerily silent before the rupture. That's where you are, the holy pause before the spiritual quake. This moment may feel personal, but what if it's part of something cosmic? Could it be that your stillness is not solitary, but synchronized? Romans 8:19 says, "All creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." You're not just changing, you are signaling a global shift. The stillness in your bones is a broadcast. You are a satellite dish for heaven's announcements. God didn't just stop you for healing. He positioned you as a marker on Earth's spiritual map. The tectonic plates of the spirit realm are groaning. Frequencies are shifting. Gateways are opening. This isn't just about your personal transformation. This is global positioning. Your silence is synchronized with millions tonight. From Lagos to Los Angeles, from Seoul to Sao Paulo. People across the planet are being paused by the same divine presence. Have you realized the immensity of what you carry? That what you're going through is not random. It's an operation spanning continents, hearts, and timelines. Could it be that you're not just in transition, but in divine activation? This is not chaos. This is choreography. This is a kingdom-wide operation. And you, chosen one, are not the exception. You are the evidence. Stillness may seem like a contradiction in a world obsessed with speed. Yet here you are, motionless, breath slowed, senses heightened, as if heaven has pressed pause on your entire life. You are not sidelined. You are being sanctified. This is not abandonment. This is appointment. God is calling his chosen ones, yes you, into a chamber of holy stillness, not for delay but for deployment, while the world races to perform, to compete, to assert influence. Heaven is calling a remnant into rest. Not the rest of inaction but of incubation. Can you sense that your stillness is not a prison, but a platform? In Exodus 14:13, when the Israelites panicked at the Red Sea, Moses declared, "Stand still and see the salvation of the Lord." Stillness preceded breakthrough. Stillness was the signal that deliverance was already on its way. Could your paralysis tonight be the stillness before divine movement breaks through? You are not here by accident. You are a spiritual resonator, a tuning fork vibrating with heaven's frequency. The recalibration happening inside your soul, your mind, even your body, is proof that your appointment is not for personal glory, but for global awakening. What you're undergoing is not just for your journey, it's for nations. When Pope Gregory the Great was unexpectedly elevated to leadership in the 6th century, he wrote, I was trying to flee the burdens of responsibility, but divine stillness found me first. That stillness became the womb of wisdom, birthing reforms that would shape the church for centuries. Could your own pause be a sacred pause before spiritual leadership emerges? This paralysis is not random. It is a mechanism of divine control. God has overridden the rhythms you once relied on, not because they were evil, but because they were insufficient for what comes next. Every default setting, how you cope, how you plan, how you react, is now under supernatural review. The reason you can't move tonight is not because you are broken. It's because you are being repositioned for precision. High above the earth, a hawk hovers in perfect stillness. Its wings are stretched wide, body locked in tension, eyes fixed. No movement is wasted. There is no urgency, only focus. It waits, not because it is unsure, but because the exact moment of release has not yet come. And when it dives, it does so with breathtaking force and faultless accuracy. That pause in the air is not weakness, it's strategy. In the same way, your stillness tonight is the sign of a holy strike being prepared from above. A man named Dorian, a spiritual strategist working with NGOs in conflict zones, once found himself inexplicably paralyzed in prayer for over 6 hours. No visions, no sound, just total internal shutdown. But when he emerged, he had a download of strategy that would later help disband a child trafficking ring. His pause was not his weakness, it was his preparation. You are not being slowed down, you are being realigned. The old timeline, the one ruled by urgency, anxiety, and self-preservation, is being closed, and you are being positioned in divine timing. Heaven is not waiting for your next decision. It is rewiring your will, your instincts, your spiritual reflexes. Isaiah 30:15 whispers, "In quietness and confidence shall be your strength." This quietness is not passivity, it's alignment. Strength isn't always a roar, it's often a reset. Can you embrace the idea that God is not asking for your consent? He's implementing your calling. Your next assignments will not fit into the container of your previous patterns. The calling ahead of you is heavier than your old habits can carry. Your previous coping mechanisms, people-pleasing, control, denial, cannot walk with you into destiny. They are being uninstalled. Sophie, a former investment banker in Geneva, once collapsed on her apartment floor in exhaustion. But that night, she entered what she described as a holy blackout. When she came to, she had no desire for wealth or prestige, only to serve in hidden places. She later established a sanctuary network for trafficking survivors across 3 countries. Her stillness was not a setback, it was divine repurposing. So here you are, motionless yet alive, frozen yet fully active in the spirit, recalibrating, not failing. Your body may not understand this, your mind may resist it, but your spirit recognizes this sacred pause for what it is. God's hand reaching deep into your operating system, aligning every thought, response, and intention to a frequency far higher than ambition or survival. You're not stuck, you're stationed. Not stagnant, but strategic. The world will soon see the fruit of what is being rewired in secret tonight. And when you rise, because you will move not with effort, but with unshakable authority. It's not a shutdown from failure. It's not a shutdown from burnout. It's a divine system override. God is shutting it all down, not out of wrath, but out of precision. You've been living under reflexes that no longer align with the spiritual terrain ahead. The impulse to respond instantly, the addiction to motion, the compulsion to keep others comfortable. These reactions were formed in the furnace of survival, not the architecture of purpose. And because they don't belong in your next season, heaven is turning off every switch connected to them. God is not asking you to calm down. He's making it impossible for you to move until he finishes rewiring your internal command center. Just like the blind man in Mark 8, whom Jesus led outside the village before restoring his sight. You are being pulled away from the familiar so your perception can be reprogrammed without interference. Mark 8:23-25. Could this immobilization be God's way of isolating your spirit from the noise of external validation so he can install internal revelation? You are not being silenced, you are being configured. A divine GPS is being downloaded into you, a navigation system rooted not in emotion, but in eternal truth. Soon, your speech will cut through deception like a sword. Your movements will align with supernatural assignments, and your decisions will no longer be dictated by urgency, but directed by clarity. Have you noticed that the voices in your head have quieted? That's not emptiness. That's sacred space being prepared for truth. Painter and mystic Georges Rouault once said, "A tree against the sky possesses the same interest, the same character, the same expression as the figure of a human." Rouault's devotion to stillness produced paintings that pierce the soul without explanation. Could it be that your stillness tonight is forming spiritual expression that words could never contain? There's a third shift happening in you tonight, one you didn't pray for, didn't recognize, and didn't even know you needed. It's not just healing, it's not just clarity, it's authority, but not authority born from achievement or influence. This is the kind of spiritual power that heaven imparts only after deep unlearning, the kind that fell upon Elijah when he outran the king's chariot by the power of the Lord. 1 Kings 18:46. This is not taught, this is transferred. Have you ever wondered why you've been underestimated so consistently? Why rooms didn't acknowledge you? Why leaders overlooked you? Why even your own voice sometimes echoed with uncertainty? God concealed your true identity, wrapped it in silence, shielded it from contamination. But now heaven is lifting the veil. What you're feeling isn't mere healing, it's holy installation. Divine authority is being layered into your soul, not for display, but for dominion. The kind of dominion that doesn't require microphones, titles, or credentials. The kind that walks into fractured environments and causes demons to retreat without a word. The kind that stills storms, not just in nature, but in people. Eliana, a former trauma nurse from Tel Aviv, once described a night where she felt shut down, unable to pray or speak. But in that silence, she received a vision of herself placing her hand on the chest of a dying child, and life returning. That image became her compass. Years later, she would lead emergency healing teams into war zones, often praying silently, yet seeing miraculous recovery. A monarch butterfly during metamorphosis lies still for days within the chrysalis. Its wings form in silence. Its identity transforms in confinement. The pressure is not punishment, it is process. You are in that chrysalis now, and when you emerge, the world will see a version of you that didn't exist before. This isn't about platforms or positions, it's about divine function, authority not to dominate, but to restore. You are being built into someone who can walk into rooms heavy with despair and shift atmospheres with breath alone. The fire in your eyes, the clarity in your voice, the steadiness in your step, it's all being designed with surgical care. A Jesuit priest once said, "God writes straight with crooked lines." What feels like misalignment is actually heaven's scripting power in hidden spaces. Could this disorientation be the blueprint for authority you didn't know your spirit had capacity for? You are being encoded, embedded, transfigured, not motivated, not inspired, activated. Heaven isn't calling you to try harder, it's building you to carry more. You may have assumed this stillness was just a time to catch your breath, perhaps a chance to recover from emotional warfare, or a hidden invitation to personal healing. But this is far deeper. This isn't a pause. This is a preparation chamber. God isn't giving you relief. He's giving you revelation. He's not soothing your wounds. He's shaping your assignment. You've been sensing it in the background, haven't you? That subtle pressure in your chest, that invisible pull behind your thoughts, that strange anticipation that doesn't seem to match your current circumstances. What if this isn't just intuition, but spiritual drafting? Jeremiah 1:5 reminds us, "Before I formed you in the womb I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." That divine setting apart is happening again, this time not for identity, but for deployment. You're not being prepared to feel better. You're being commissioned to change environments. What if the inner turbulence you felt all week was the Holy Spirit shifting you into alignment with a future you've never seen? The past few days weren't chaos. They were countdown. You were walking through a spiritual corridor, day by day, thought by thought, until tonight, the full weight of heaven rested on your chest. Have you realized that your stillness is not even about you anymore? That this recalibration is about the lives on the other side of your obedience? Sister Maria Skoptsova, an Orthodox nun who rescued Jewish children during World War II, once wrote from a prison cell, "I had thought I needed rest, but what I needed was clarity of fire. Now I burn." Her stillness in captivity became the seed of salvation for others. Could the silence wrapping you now be the heat of preparation, not just for your future, but for someone else's deliverance? You're not being upgraded for survival. You're being aligned for global activation. Your stillness tonight is someone else's miracle waiting to unfold. There are voices the world has heard for too long, voices that echo noise, not truth. But what the world is starving for is not more opinions. It's craving the sound of authority, voices that have been scorched in the quiet furnace of divine presence. This is what your stillness is producing, unshakable clarity. And when clarity is forged in stillness, it cannot be manipulated by chaos. You won't walk into the next season reacting. You'll be responding with holy precision. Have you noticed the shift in your thoughts lately? The tension between what once worked and what now feels obsolete. That friction is not confusion. It's evidence of recalibration. You're being formed in fire, not for the spotlight, but for seismic impact. The kind that shifts atmospheres without announcing itself. The kind that walks into a room and changes it simply by standing there. This is the kind of authority Jesus carried when he said, "Peace, be still," and the wind obeyed. Mark 4:39. What if you are being encoded with that same government in your spirit? A man named Theo, a violinist from Belgium, spent an entire week unable to play without trembling. He feared he was losing control. But during one silent night, he felt divine stillness descend on him like a blanket. That night, he heard God speak, not in words, but in rhythm. A week later, his music would lead to healing sessions in trauma centers. He didn't lose control. He gained command. The fire you're carrying now didn't begin tonight. This has been building. Every pause in your momentum, every tear you couldn't explain, every sigh in the quiet hours, all of it was gravity increasing. And tonight that gravity has landed. The shift isn't coming. It has come. A volcano doesn't erupt without weeks of tremors underground. Birds change their flight patterns. The air grows still. Pressure builds invisibly. You have been the landscape, and now heaven has erupted from within. This isn't the moment of hope. This is the moment of happening. You are not waiting on breakthrough anymore. You are standing in it. Your stillness is not hesitation. It is installation. Heaven is handing you keys while the world sleeps. Can you feel it now? The change isn't pending. It's active. You are no longer being prepared. You are being released. You are not drifting. You are crossing. This moment isn't simply significant. It is seismic. You are walking through a divine threshold, one carved not by circumstances, but by heaven's intent. What defined you before will no longer exist on the other side. The patterns that kept you safe, the versions of you built for survival, they cannot enter what's ahead. You are not merely changing. You are being reissued. The old structure is too small to carry the weight of who you're becoming. This transformation isn't loud. It doesn't arrive with fanfare. It births itself in silence, like Jesus resurrecting in the sealed tomb, undetected by man but fully known by eternity. The new you is emerging in stillness. And here's what makes it sacred. You're going first, not just for yourself but for others. You are a forerunner, one who steps through the unknown so others can follow safely. Have you noticed how your language is shifting? How your spirit can sense what others haven't yet found words for? You've been entrusted with keys, authority to unlock doors for people whose hands are still trembling. This isn't about being louder, it's about being clearer. You'll stabilize those shaking under the same pressure you just endured. You'll interpret spiritual atmospheres like a navigator in dense fog. You're being sent ahead because you were crafted for chaos. The chaos doesn't undo you, it activates you. Hebrews 6:19 declares, "We have this hope as an anchor for the soul, firm and secure." You are becoming that anchor now, not for yourself alone, but for others who will drift unless tethered to someone who has already walked through this fire. Could it be that what you thought was isolation was actually initiation? This week wasn't just a series of emotional waves, it was an activation sequence. Each moment of silence, each sudden wave of exhaustion, each moment of being overwhelmed, they were not symptoms, they were signals. Your leadership has been activated, not the performative kind, but the kind that speaks without noise and moves without spectacle. Visual artist Makoto Fujimura, known for blending theology and Japanese aesthetics, once said, "The deeper the silence, the more radiant the gold that follows." Could it be that this weight you're feeling is not pressure, but glory taking residence in your frame? The heaviness tonight isn't mental clutter or emotional overload. It is the kavod, the weight of God's glory. It doesn't crush, it saturates. You're not collapsing. You're being filled to capacity. You're not breaking down. You're being overshadowed by something more ancient, more holy, more real than your flesh can interpret. You asked for power, didn't you? For encounter, for proof that God still speaks, still moves. And He is answering now, not through fire from heaven or dramatic deliverance, but through holy stillness. The numbness is divine insulation. The tiredness is saturation in disguise. What feels like emptiness is actually divine occupancy. A woman named Brenna, a social worker from Toronto, once fell into a 3-day spiritual stupor where she felt disconnected from everything. But when she awoke, she spoke with new conviction and began confronting demonic strongholds in her clients without effort. Her numbness was not dysfunction, it was divine recalibration. Consider the weight of early morning fog over a quiet field. It moves slowly, settles deeply, obscures everything, and yet nourishes the land more than thunder. Glory has weight, not noise. It forms first in the invisible realm, then reveals itself in power. What's happening in you tonight isn't emotional, it's dimensional. Something in you has shifted realms. The Spirit of Glory is choosing you as its resting place, not a visitor, a vessel. This is not fatigue, it is favor, cloaked in stillness. You will exit this moment not with chills or heightened emotion, but with evidence. The way you walk will change rooms. Your presence will speak before your voice ever opens. This isn't a spiritual mood. This is holy saturation. Glory now lives in your bones. What you're feeling in your body is not malfunction. It's recalibration. You are not shutting down. You are being overtaken. This isn't your nervous system glitching. This is divine frequency interfering with your internal code. That trembling in your hands, that buzzing beneath your skin, that magnetic stillness in your chest. It's not panic, it's power. God's light is not hovering outside you. It's integrating with your blood, your cells, your marrow. When Moses came down from Mount Sinai, His face shone with glory, and the people couldn't look at him. Exodus 34:29-30. His flesh had absorbed divine proximity. Could the shakiness you feel now be your biology registering heaven's proximity? This isn't weakness. This is the weight of the divine being translated through the language of flesh. You're not breaking, you're upgrading. And this transformation is not limited to your spirit. It's overtaking your biology. God is not stopping at the soul. He is running a divine current through your immune system, recalibrating every hormonal imbalance, releasing your muscles from trauma lodged in forgotten memories. Have you noticed that your breath has changed, that your posture feels different even when you're still? Could it be that heaven has written new instructions into the way you inhabit your body? Pope Shenouda III of the Coptic Church once said, "When the Holy Spirit fills a person, even their silence carries power." This isn't an emotional wave. This is cellular transformation. Don't fight the strangeness. Don't resist the inattention. You're not being attacked. You're being rewritten. There is no normal to return to. There is only forward. The fire moving through you is not asking for effort. It's asking for permission. Lay still. Let the flame do what it was sent to do. This isn't chaos. It's a merge. Spirit and body uniting in alignment with your calling. Can you let go of who you've been so God can establish who you were always meant to become? A young man named Raphael from São Paulo once entered a state of full-body stillness during a night of prayer. No movement, no control, only an overwhelming sense of divine electricity. For hours his body trembled, his voice silenced. But when he rose, he began to see words on people's foreheads, assignments, wounds, secrets, and began ministering healing in the streets without a pulpit. He wasn't possessed. He was integrated. Like tectonic plates shifting beneath a continent, your body is responding to massive spiritual realignment. The shaking is transition. The stillness is rebirth. This is not your end, it's your emergence. A snake cannot expand until it sheds. The old skin must break for the new body to stretch. You're not being emptied for exile. You're being emptied to make space for fire, for purpose, for power. This night isn't devouring you. It's delivering you. You won't come out of this with cliches. You'll come out with clarity. You won't walk with soft comfort. You'll carry sharp purpose. The kind that shifts rooms. The kind that speaks without explaining. The kind that glows without announcement. Romans 8:11 declares, "The Spirit of Him who raised Jesus from the dead is living in you." Not beside you, not around you, in you. What you're sensing isn't breakdown, it's divine resurrection being conducted from the inside out. You are being awakened at the deepest level of your being, not inspired, not informed, awakened. The kind of awakening that births unshakable movement, the kind that waits for the command, rise, and answers with power, not performance. Soon the Spirit will say, move again. And when that word comes, you will not return to routine. You will not just walk, you will walk in fire, walk in function, walk with the kind of presence that can't be faked or fabricated. This is not your breakdown. This is your becoming. This night will become a reference point for the rest of your life, a spiritual timestamp etched into your memory, not because of what you felt, but because of what was forged. And when people ask what happened, you won't need long explanations. You'll simply say, God shut me down so He could raise me up. And they'll know by the look in your eyes that it was real. Don't assume that this ends when the sun rises. What has started in silence will echo through fire. Tonight wasn't the climax, it was the spark. The stillness was not just preparation, it was ignition. What begins tomorrow will not be an emotional surge, it will be divine combustion, and the first thing to burn will be the voice inside you, burned clean of fear, doubt, and mental static. Have you realized how often your inner dialogue has been shaped by trauma, by overthinking, by rehearsed fears? Those days are over. As the spiritual sedation lifts, you won't return to your old internal monologue. You'll start to hear something new, something stronger, not a performance, not self-help. It will be the voice of your spirit, baptized in fire and finally allowed to speak. When Jesus rose from the dead, he didn't return to prove himself. He returned to release others. That's what's happening in you. Your new voice isn't rising to explain, it's rising to command. 1 Peter 4:11 says, "If anyone speaks, they should do so as one who speaks the very words of God." This is the voice being formed in you, not loud but loaded, not dramatic but decisive. The voice that begins to rise in you will not scream, it will not beg, it will not argue, it will speak, and rooms will rearrange themselves. Darkness will retreat, not because you shouted, but because you carried weight. This is what happens when God no longer just visits you, but builds himself into your bones. Saint Macrina the Younger, one of the early theologians of the Church, was known to say nothing in public unless the Spirit moved her. Yet when she spoke, cities would be changed, leaders convicted, and broken families reconciled. Could it be that your silence tonight is preparing a voice the world doesn't expect, but desperately needs? You'll begin to speak with wisdom that doesn't match your experience. Thoughts will form in you that seem too exact to be your own. Insights will drop into your consciousness like downloads, sharp, clear, undeniable. And you'll realize this isn't learned, it's received. This isn't personality, it's presence. A girl named Leora, a quiet intern from Jerusalem, once went 7 days without speaking during a spiritual fast. When she finally opened her mouth in a team meeting, the room fell still. Her voice carried a frequency none could explain. Firm, low, steady. That moment changed the direction of her organization. She had no title, no microphone, but glory had made her vocal cords its dwelling place. The monarch butterfly doesn't burst from the chrysalis screaming. It emerges quietly, but entirely transformed, wings soaked in light, identity restructured. It no longer crawls, it no longer hides. It flies with authority earned in silence. You will not need to force courage anymore. You won't have to hype yourself up or mask your fear. You will speak from identity, not insecurity. You will discern before you decide. You will instruct before you even realize you're teaching. This is not charisma, this is combustion. John 14:26 says the Spirit will teach you all things and remind you of everything Christ said. That's the voice you're stepping into, a voice that doesn't echo anxiety, a voice that transmits glory. Tonight was the shutdown. The veil came down. The systems collapsed. The old narration lost signal. But tomorrow begins the unveiling. You will speak and the atmosphere will respond. You will move and chains will fall. Your voice is becoming a weapon, and the silence was heaven's forge. This is not the end. This is the becoming. Your natural eyes will continue to witness the world around you, traffic, faces, conflict, weather, but something deeper is stirring. A second sight is emerging. Spiritual vision is beginning to open, and once it does, you'll never unsee what you've been chosen to see. For too long, you've been walking faithfully but partially blind, trusting God, yes, but unable to interpret the full patterns unfolding around you. That limitation ends now. The next few nights will activate something holy behind your eyes. This is prophetic clarity, not a feeling, not a guess, but a spiritual lens upgrade that will affect how you interpret relationships, decisions, and destiny. You'll begin to see people differently, not through the residue of offense or trauma, but with piercing spiritual accuracy. Have you noticed how lately surface reactions feel hollow to you? That's because your discernment is rising beyond behavior. You are beginning to see beneath masks, beneath language, into motive and calling. You'll encounter someone chaotic, and instead of withdrawing, you'll feel drawn, because you'll sense divine assignment camouflaged beneath the noise. You'll stand in front of pain, not as a victim, but as an interpreter. And perhaps most importantly, when you look in the mirror, you'll no longer see what life tried to make of you. You'll see what God always intended. This kind of sight is not a novelty. It is part of the deep rewiring that began the moment heaven silenced your old operating system. Just as your nervous system has been releasing trauma, your vision is being freed from distortion. Psalm 119:18 says, "Open my eyes that I may see wondrous things from your law." That prayer is being answered in your biology. Your lens is being aligned with heaven's frequency. You won't just interpret facts. You'll see purpose in patterns. You won't be distracted by what seems urgent. You'll discern what's truly eternal. That's not mere intuition. It's prophetic infrastructure forming within you. And it's the next phase of your becoming. In 1891, a nearly blind missionary named Lilias Trotter began seeing vivid scenes in prayer, images that became the foundation for her prophetic art. She once wrote, "The soul that is silent before God will begin to see." Her vision birthed movements in North Africa long before she was ever recognized. Could it be that the silence you've endured is the very environment where God has been refining your spiritual lens? This upgrade will not just affect how you see while awake. Your dream realm is being activated. You won't just sleep anymore. You will receive. Your subconscious is being repurposed as a classroom, and God Himself will be the instructor. What once felt random or symbolic will now become surgical, precise, strategic, loaded with divine instruction. A woman named Hannah, a translator from Prague, started recording her dreams after waking one night with the names of 3 strangers. Within a month, all 3 were placed under her spiritual care. Her dream life wasn't accidental. It was intentional activation. The wind doesn't shout when it changes direction. It simply moves everything in its path. Your dream realm will now begin to move things inside you and around you. This is not imagination. This is infrastructure. Your spirit is being trained through dreams to carry revelation while you rest. Joel 2:28 reminds us, "Your old men shall dream dreams, your young men shall see visions." This promise is not metaphorical, it's literal. You'll begin waking with details you didn't know you needed. Dates, warnings, patterns, assignments. They will come like blueprints, clear, weighted, undeniable. And you'll write them down, not because you're being disciplined, but because the urgency in your spirit will demand it. Have you ever asked why your dreams felt so loud recently? Why you wake with an unfamiliar heaviness? Could it be that God has already begun writing inside your spirit while the world sleeps? You are no longer just being changed by what you feel. You are being guided by what you're shown. This is not fantasy, it's prophetic utility, and you must treat it with reverence. The gift of spiritual sight is not being sprinkled over you. It's being hardwired into your operating system, and what begins with your dreams will soon guide your waking steps. You'll see blueprints in business meetings. You'll see layers behind smiles. You'll see signs in moments others dismiss. And when your spiritual voice and spiritual sight begin working together, you will not be led, you will lead. In the stillness of sleep, while your body enters rest, your spirit enters revelation. This is not just biological recovery, it's divine encounter. You're no longer merely unconscious, you are spiritually accessible. Heaven is pulling back the curtain while the world slumbers. What begins as a dream may seem symbolic at first, but symbols are spiritual syntax. They're coded language from realms where words are too small. Don't dismiss what looks strange. Sit with it. Let it unfold like a scroll over the next 24 to 72 hours. Daniel didn't just interpret dreams, he received instruction through them. In Daniel 2:19 it says, "Then the mystery was revealed to Daniel in a vision of the night." Could it be that what you once called imagination is actually initiation? Your spirit is now active enough to receive downloads from dimensions you weren't attuned to before. The flickers of insight, the images that won't leave you, the names and places showing up repeatedly. This is not coincidence. This is briefing. You asked God for answers, for clarity, for supernatural intervention. This is how it begins, in silence, in shadow, in stillness. Keep a pen beside your bed. Keep your posture attentive, even in dreams. Your spirit is now part of heaven's internal strategy sessions. What you receive will not always be for you. Some blueprints will come with assignments. Some dreams will be messages for people you haven't even met yet. Hilary of Poitiers, a 4th century bishop and theologian, once wrote about a dream in which he saw fire descend into his mouth. The next day, he began preaching with supernatural boldness. Could your sleep now be the forge where your future voice is being ignited? Make no mistake, the enemy will notice the shift. The coming nights won't be easy, not because you're slipping, but because you're succeeding. Old triggers will surface again. Familiar patterns will reappear. Not to trap you, but to confirm that the trap no longer holds. Could it be that what you once interpreted as failure is now being repurposed as proof? You'll face moments that used to unravel you emotionally, but instead of spiraling, you'll observe. You'll feel the tension but not collapse under it. You'll notice that what once caused fire inside you now fades without ignition. That's not denial, that's rewiring. The old buttons no longer produce the same responses. The enemy is pressing, but the mechanism has been removed. Picture a lion walking through a field of traps, but none of them spring. That's what your next nights will feel like. You are not avoiding danger. You've been restructured to walk through it with calm authority. Isaiah 43:2 says, "When you walk through the fire, you shall not be burned." That promise is now your inner reality. A woman named Amaris, a counselor from Nairobi, once shared how for years she'd erupt in anger at the slightest disrespect. But after a strange week of dreams and silence, she faced the same provocation and felt only stillness. No shaking, no racing thoughts. She knew in that moment, the buttons are gone. Today she trains trauma responders in conflict zones, her nervous system now a sanctuary, not a battlefield. Like a tree shedding old bark, your system is discarding outdated layers. You're not just healed, you are wholly reprogrammed. This isn't the absence of emotion, it's the presence of sovereignty. These are not trials sent to break you. They are mirrors designed to reveal you. They will show you who you used to be. Not to humiliate, but to highlight how deeply you've outgrown dysfunction. And when they appear, don't panic, don't perform. Just respond from your spirit, not your history. Your reactions will no longer be recycled trauma. They will be fresh decisions born in spiritual authority. This is the difference between coping and conquering. Your vocabulary will begin to shift without effort. Words soaked in fear, smallness, and self-doubt will feel foreign in your mouth. Your speech will reflect the systems God has rewritten inside of you. You won't just speak differently, you'll speak from a different place. John 7:38 says, "Whoever believes in me, as Scripture has said, rivers of living water will flow from within them." You're no longer repeating what you've learned. You're now releasing what you've become. You will no longer be able to curse what God has chosen to bless, and that includes yourself. Your inner system has been rewired, and now your mouth must come into agreement. The days of speaking from fear, hesitation, or false humility are coming to an end. You'll notice it first in how you talk to yourself. What used to sound like self-doubt will now be replaced with prophetic decree. You'll stop wondering, "Can I?" and begin declaring, "I will." This isn't some spiritualized version of positive thinking. This is prophetic alignment. Your biology has shifted. Your nervous system no longer trembles under fear's rule. Your thoughts have been cleared of distortion. Your spirit has ascended into truth. And now, the last frontier, your mouth must match heaven's frequency. Proverbs 18:21 says, "Death and life are in the power of the tongue." For years, your tongue defaulted to survival scripts, deflecting favor, minimizing calling, repeating worry. That script has been burned. The fog has lifted. Your words are no longer reflections of your insecurity. They are declarations of your identity. You won't need to hype yourself up. You'll speak and it will resonate, not because of volume, but because of authority. When Jesus spoke to the fig tree, he didn't explain or shout. He simply said, "May no one ever eat fruit from you again." Mark 11:14. And creation obeyed. That same authority is now resting on your voice, not to destroy, but to call forth divine order. Saint Teresa of Avila once said, "God walks among the pots and pans." She meant that holy authority doesn't always enter with thunder. It whispers through our daily language. You are now being trained to carry that kind of speech. Words that construct, phrases that establish, declarations that break cycles. And this training is happening not in public, but in secret, night by night, encounter by encounter. The Holy Spirit is retraining your reflexes to speak only what heaven is saying, and nothing less. Your mouth is not a passive organ. It's a builder of realities. Every sentence you form is either laying bricks for purpose or digging graves for potential. But now, as your spirit sharpens, you'll feel a new weight behind your speech. You'll start to notice what you say before you say it, and the Spirit will catch your words mid-air, reshaping them in real time. This is when divine assignment begins to whisper, not in visions or angelic encounters, though those may come, but in nudges, hints, thoughts that won't go away. You'll find yourself thinking about someone you haven't seen in years and feel an unexplainable urgency for their soul. A random idea will land in your chest and refuse to leave. A topic you never cared for will suddenly stir passion in your gut. Could these be random, or could they be the first pulse beats of your next assignment? A man named Elijah from Morocco once said he started having dreams that didn't make sense, until one day a name came to him during prayer. He searched and found the person in a nearby village. That individual was suicidal, and Elijah arrived in time to stop it. His spiritual activation began not with thunder, but with names in the quiet. You are now sensitive enough to catch what others ignore. The world may scroll past the nudge, but you will stop. You will notice the pattern, the signal, and respond. The red fox in winter develops acute hearing, not just to detect sound, but to sense vibration through snow. It can locate a mouse beneath layers of silence. You are being trained in that same kind of perception, hearing beyond the noise, responding to vibration, interpreting spiritual frequency. You won't have to strain to hear God anymore. Your whole being is becoming His receiver. The divine frequencies you used to miss are now loud in your spirit, clear in your conscience, and undeniable in your emotions. This is not sensitivity. This is sonship, and it comes with assignments. When your spirit begins to say, reach out to them, do not delay. When you feel stirred to study something you've never considered, lean in. When you wake with a phrase echoing in your soul, write it. These are not passing moments. These are activation signals. Romans 10:8 declares, the word is near you. It is in your mouth and in your heart. That nearness is now your operating mode. Your words are being synchronized with heaven's design. You're not just talking, you're transmitting. Over the next few nights, heaven is inviting you into a rhythm of intentional stillness, not to disconnect, but to truly hear. You're not drifting. You're being drawn. Keep your journal nearby. Make space for listening. Stay off autopilot. God isn't asking you to go looking for your calling because you're already inside of it. These gentle nudges, these inner pulls, these seemingly irrelevant thoughts, they're not distractions. They're breadcrumbs from the throne room. What if the minor idea you almost brushed off is the doorway to your next decade of purpose? Don't underestimate subtlety. God often hides instruction in what the flesh calls insignificant. The prophet Elijah didn't hear God in the earthquake or the fire, but in the still small voice. 1 Kings 19:12. Could it be that your clarity is not missing, but simply waiting for your stillness? The exhaustion you've been carrying isn't a sign that you're finished. It's the signal that something is being burned off, that heaviness in your bones. It's not weariness from failure, it's refinement. Over the next few nights, your energy will return, but not in the frantic, scattered way it used to. It won't come from adrenaline or performance. It will emerge with precision, sharp, clean, strategic. Saint Ignatius of Loyola once said, "Act as if everything depended on you. Trust as if everything depended on God." You are entering that balance. Your energy will no longer scatter in 1,000 directions, trying to fix everything. You'll feel urgency, but it won't be stress. It will be spiritual momentum. A boy named Tobias from Quebec once experienced extreme burnout while building a youth ministry. After weeks of prayer and dream journaling, he awoke one night with an idea that restructured his team's entire workflow. What once drained him now empowered him. His strength didn't multiply, his direction did. Could the clarity you've prayed for be waiting on your surrender, not your effort? The stillness is beginning to align your body and spirit. You'll find yourself completing in minutes what used to take days. Not because you're pushing harder, but because your motion is now married to meaning. This is not hyperactivity, it's holy momentum. You won't be driven by fear of falling behind. You'll be pulled by purpose. Philippians 2:13 reminds us, "For it is God who works in you to will and to act in order to fulfill his good purpose." That divine will is beginning to override your human compulsion to strive. Your energy will now flow toward healing, building, speaking, creating, not surviving. Watch closely. The fire of God is not just falling, it's fusing with your rhythm. Every part of your life force will be assigned, every breath, every word, every action infused with sacred focus. This is what divine integration feels like. Not adrenaline highs, not emotional spikes, but quiet, resolute power that doesn't flicker when life pushes back. A woman named Odessa, a visual designer in Seoul, said she used to work until collapse, but after a string of strange dreams, she started waking with blueprints in her head. Colors, words, layouts she hadn't conceived. What took her 8 hours now took 1. She called it spirit-led creation. Her fatigue wasn't fixed, her energy was reassigned. You'll begin to feel this in the next few nights. An awareness that time is stretching in your favor. That clarity comes faster. That action feels lighter. You won't need to force momentum anymore. You'll flow in it. And this flow will not originate in caffeine or adrenaline, but in supernatural agreement. Like the river cutting through stone, not with violence, but with consistency, your movement will carry holy power, not from pressure, but from divine propulsion. The final remnants of fatigue are being purged, not just from your muscles, but from your mindset. This is not hustle, this is heaven. And when the process completes, you'll move like one who cannot be stopped. Not because you've become invincible, but because you've become fully integrated. So now, God's chosen ones, you understand, this shutdown was never about loss. It was about alignment. He wasn't taking from you. He was tuning you. He wasn't breaking you down to destroy you. He was silencing your surroundings so he could awaken your substance. What felt like spiritual paralysis was actually sacred preparation. The stillness, the strange dreams, the inner rewiring, it was all heaven's strategy to extract you from survival and activate you for dominion. You are no longer who you were. The atmosphere inside you has changed. Your words carry weight. Your silence speaks volumes. Your discernment is sharp. Your energy is aligned. Your dreams are strategic. And your voice is now a weapon of creative authority. You don't need to chase anything anymore. You are becoming the answer that heaven is releasing into the earth. So what do you do now? Remain available. Remain listening. Remain yielded. These next nights are still holy. Continue journaling. Continue honoring your dreams. Continue obeying the quiet nudges. Don't force action. Flow in alignment. The systems of the world are shaking, but you are no longer shaped by those systems. You were shut down so you could carry a new blueprint, and you will release it not through performance, but through presence. If this message has spoken to your spirit in any way, I invite you to be part of the movement God is birthing through this space. Leave a comment sharing what resonated most with you. Share this video with someone who's walking through their own divine shutdown. Subscribe and click the notification bell so you never miss another prophetic word that's shaping this generation. And if you feel led to support through super thanks, thank you. And if not, your presence here alone is a blessing beyond measure. To each of you watching, may the fire of clarity, the rest of God, and the power of spiritual precision rest upon you now. May your body align with heaven's rhythm, your voice align with divine truth, and your purpose unfold with supernatural grace. You are not being held back. You are being launched forward. And nothing, absolutely nothing, will stop what God has started in you. Amen. Chosen ones, let me ask you something right out the gate. Have you ever felt the shift before it actually happened? That strange stirring in your chest? The restlessness that doesn't come from fear, but from something bigger pulling at your spirit? If you're here right now, don't scroll past this. That pull, that quiet urgency, it's not your imagination, it's heaven's signal. A divine alarm going off in your soul, because tonight, yes, tonight, something is about to transform you permanently. Before we go further, pause for a second and type 777 in the comments if your spirit is already resonating with this. And to everyone who's been sowing into this mission through Super, thanks, thank you. Seriously, whether you gave much or little, your support is a seed in sacred soil, and heaven does not overlook it. Now hear this. What you're about to receive isn't a motivational quote. It's not a cute caption for your story. This is divine revelation, straight from the throne room of heaven. If you've been crying for confirmation, if you've been begging God for direction, this is the moment. You didn't find this video. God led you here. Tonight, something supernatural is about to awaken in you. A version of you that hell has tried to keep buried. A calling you've only tasted glimpses of. In dreams, God's not playing small with your life. He's not crafting an ordinary existence. He's sculpting you into something eternal. Something that carries weight in the spirit realm. And tonight, the shift begins. Now, lean in. Because what I'm about to share next will uncover exactly what you're becoming and why the enemy's been trying so hard to stop it. Let's go deeper. God's chosen ones. Get ready. This is exactly what you will 100% become tonight. You're not being ignored. You're being hidden in plain sight by a force so radiant, so precise, that only those with spiritual discernment can recognize what's happening. You call it delay. Butte Heaven calls it design. Right now, you are standing in a divine architecture, an invisible scaffolding where every bolt of pressure, every brick of isolation, every beam of delay is not random. It's calculated, strategic, sacred. This isn't punishment. It's preparation. Why have the doors closed? Why the silence when you were desperate for answers? Why does the weight seem to increase with each passing day? Could it be that you're not being crushed, but carefully constructed? But he knows the way that I take. When he has tested me, I will come forth as gold. Job 23:10. That scripture isn't poetic fluff. It's a blueprint. You're in the refining room and gold doesn't fear fire. Fire is the only thing that can purify it. Imagine the roots of a great oak. When the wind howls, it's not the tallest trees that fall. It's the ones with shallow roots. And God knows this. That's why He's been digging deep into your soil, stretching your inner foundation beyond public visibility, because shallow vessels leak glory. And you, chosen one, were never built to leak. You were designed to carry weight. Have you noticed how some of your no's lately didn't come from the enemy, but from God Himself? What if some of your rejections were actually redirections? For the Lord disciplines the one He loves, and He chastises every son He receives. Hebrews 12:6. Even Jesus, before stepping into public power, was hidden for 30 years, not ignored, not forgotten, just overshadowed by glory until the right frequency of heaven said, "Now." And in this season, you're being sculpted like a master violin, not to play background noise, but to resonate in spiritual symphonies only heaven can orchestrate. And resonance requires tension. Ask any physicist. It's the build-up and release of vibration that creates lasting echoes. Do you think Mary felt seen when she carried the Son of God, but had nowhere to give birth? That night in the stable wasn't rejection. It was strategically overshadowed. The power of the Most High will overshadow you, the angel told her in Luke 1:35. And that's exactly what's happening to you now. Tomas, a man from the outskirts of New Jersey. For years, he felt invisible, constantly overlooked for promotions, despite his work ethic, until one day, his quiet diligence caught the attention of an executive passing through. That man offered him a role 3 levels higher than he was aiming for. Why? Because heaven doesn't promote according to noise, it promotes according to readiness. But don't ignore the opposite example. Harold Camp, once a respected radio host who publicly predicted the world would end in 2011. When it didn't, his pride became his downfall. His refusal to let God's timing unfold led to national mockery. His mistake wasn't boldness, it was impatience. It's a warning. When you try to make yourself visible before God reveals you, you'll collapse under glory you were never shaped to carry. Humble yourselves under the mighty hand of God, that He may exalt you in due time. Achat Peter 5:6. There's a woman named Elira whose story no one saw coming. Abandoned by family, ridiculed for her faith, and left with nothing but whispered prayers. But today, she runs a shelter for over 120 abandoned girls. She said once, "My loneliness wasn't lacking, it was God's classroom." Why does the eagle soar alone? Why does the lotus bloom in mud? Why does the pearl form in darkness? All of nature speaks one truth. Hiddenness births greatness. The sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing with the glory that is to be revealed in us. Romans 8:18. And you, yes, you are becoming something heaven has long awaited, a vessel of fire, a warrior of light, a living altar that carries frequencies strong enough to split atmospheres. So now, with all of heaven leaning in, are you ready to rise? This is your moment, not to be seen, but to be unleashed. If your spirit is trembling right now, if something deep in your gut is stirring like never before, don't ignore it. This isn't hype. This is heavenly synchronization. The Spirit has just ignited a frequency in you that can't be silenced. You didn't stumble across this message by chance. You collided with a divine summons. Suppose. Let this be your signal to respond. Tap like, not because it's trendy, but because it's a physical agreement, a digital amen to what heaven is already confirming inside of you. Subscribe not as a follower of man, but as a soldier reporting for duty. Drop your city and time in the comments below, because when the children of God begin to speak, the heavens respond in echo. This is not just a video. This is a global prophetic alignment. Watch what happens as voices rise from Lagos to London, from Manila to Miami, from Cape Town to Calgary. Watchmen are awakening, for the creation waits with eager longing for the revealing of the sons of God. Romans 8:19. What if your agreement right now isn't just interaction but intercession? This is not social media engagement. This is spiritual engagement. When you comment, we are awake and we are ready. You're not just participating, you're fulfilling a prophecy. In the same way soldiers raise a flag in battle to declare position, your comment is a banner in the spirit realm. Let the enemy tremble as the elect unify. Let the darkness shake under the frequency of God's remnant rising in unison. You, chosen one, are part of a seismic spiritual movement, the kind that shifts nations and breaks generational chains. Don't stay silent. Let your voice thunder. Write the vision and make it plain on tablets, that he may run who reads it. Habakkuk dua. And to those of you who are sowing through the pinned link or super thanks, this is not a donation. This is a declaration. You're not tipping a platform. You're not supporting a creator. You are aligning your faith with divine infrastructure. What you give doesn't disappear. It multiplies in a dimension man cannot track. There's a psychological term called delayed gratification, used to measure discipline, but in heaven, delayed sowing often leads to accelerated harvest. You're not just generous, you're prophetic. Because when you give in lack, you invoke the nature of Jehovah Jireh, the God who provides. Let me take you back to 1 Kings 17. The widow at Zarephath gave Elijah her last meal, not because she had plenty, but because she believed. And what happened? The flour never ran out. The oil never stopped flowing. God turned her lack into legacy. The jar of flour was not used up, and the jug of oil did not run dry. Achat Kings, Sheba Asra, Shesh Asra. Do you know what God sees when you give, even when it hurts? He sees Abraham climbing Mount Moriah, ready to offer Isaac. He sees not just sacrifice, but trust. And trust like that rewrites your destiny. Let's look at the real world. Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman to serve on the U.S. Supreme Court, once said during her confirmation, "I am standing here today because of generations of people who never had anything but faith and grit." That's the power of generational sowing. Her ancestors planted seeds in the soil of injustice, and today she stands as the harvest. But let's not forget Bernard Madoff, a former investment mogul who built an empire on manipulation. His greed seeded destruction, not just for himself, but for thousands. His fall was a warning. What you sow, you always reap. Not sometimes, always. There's a young woman named Nora who gave her last $5 through Super Thanks during a season when her power had been shut off. That same night, a stranger from her church paid her entire overdue balance anonymously. She later found out he had felt a sudden conviction at exactly the time she gave. Coincidence? No. That's spiritual physics in motion. One act of obedience triggered a ripple in the unseen. Have you ever watched how a single drop of rain disturbs the surface of still water? That's what your giving does in the spirit. It releases ripples into realms your natural eyes can't see, but your faith can feel. You're not giving to be noticed. You're giving to move heaven. Give, and it will be given to you, a good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Luke 6:38. You are declaring that your source isn't your job, your family, or your bank account. Your source is the architect of eternity, the one who owns every frequency, every field, every flow. And if your source is truly eternal, what temporary fear still has the right to rule you? And now, this is what God whispers back. Because you gave when it cost you, I will provide when it looks impossible. Because you trusted me with what was in your hand, I will blow your mind with what's in mine. Odet, so rise. Chosen one, rise not just as a viewer, but as a witness, as a voice, as a vessel. Let your click carry weight. Let your comment break chains. Let your seed spark supernatural release. This moment is sacred, and your obedience is louder than any shout you could ever speak. The sky is shifting, the earth is groaning, and you are not just watching it happen. You are part of it. Let's go deep, not with scattered thoughts or half-hearted emotions, but with the kind of focus that dares to walk slowly into holy fire. You're not here for casual motivation. What's unfolding right now is a spiritual recalibration, a sacred alignment with the unshakable truth of who you are and what you carry. You were not born to coast through life, ticking boxes and chasing safety. You were designed in the mind of God to manifest divine presence, to enter dark spaces lit by nothing but the fire inside you, to stand unwavering while others fold under pressure, to speak when silence seems safer, to keep burning when the atmosphere turns cold. That's not an exaggeration. That's identity. You are the light of the world. A city on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:4. And yet, here's the tension. If you were created to burn with purpose, why have you felt so invisible? Why have the battlefields been so relentless? Could it be that you're not being overlooked? You're being refined. What feels like wilderness is actually divine architecture forming in silence. Think of a violin. Before it ever sings, it endures intensive pressure, wood pressed, strings pulled, frame shaped to exact precision. Why? Because only under tension can it resonate at the right frequency. That's where you are, being stretched, not to destroy you, but to turn your life into a sound that reverberates in the spirit realm. The prophet Isaiah declared, "When you pass through the waters, I will be with you. When you walk through the fire, you will not be burned." Isaiah 43:2. That's not metaphorical fluff. It's the promise given to those with destiny written into their DNA. You're not simply surviving chaos. You are evolving into someone the enemy hoped would stay asleep. And that's why you're feeling the heat. You were not made to echo culture. You were made to confront it with holy contradiction. When the world grows numb, you feel deeper. When others seek to blend in, you rise with an unshakable voice. Do not conform to the pattern of this world. but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. This is not about behavior modification. It's a spiritual metamorphosis. Just like a caterpillar doesn't become a butterfly by trying harder, it must be completely undone before it can fly. That's what your becoming demands. Full surrender. Brother Andrew, known as God's smuggler, a Dutch missionary who risked his life for decades to smuggle Bibles into communist countries where Christianity was illegal. He wasn't flashy. He didn't seek fame. He crossed borders in silence, with faith in his heart and truth in his trunk. He walked past guards armed with rifles and never once flinched, not because he was fearless, but because he was aligned. That's what fire in secret looks like. That's what becoming looks like when the world expects you to play safe and stay silent. But on the flip side, take Diogenes, a philosopher who prided himself on rejecting all structure and submission. He called it freedom, but it left him bitter, empty, and remembered not for transformation, but for mockery. One shows refinement, the other ran from it. The results speak for themselves. You might not be smuggling Bibles under the threat of death, but perhaps, like Amara, you know what it feels like to be misunderstood. She grew up hearing she was cursed. She spent years in silence, but when she finally whispered, "God, if you made me, show me why," heaven responded with power. Today, she's a healer, a builder, a voice for the forgotten, not because life got easier, but because she refused to quit becoming. Everything in creation testifies to this process. The salmon doesn't drift with the current. It fights upstream because birthing legacy requires resistance. The lotus doesn't bloom in perfect waters. It emerges from the mud. Mountains don't rise without tectonic friction beneath the surface. Your life isn't broken. It's under holy construction. Being confident of this, that he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion. Philippians 1-6. God never starts something he doesn't intend to finish. Your pain isn't random. It's data. It's signal. It's blueprint. You're not just feeling more, you're carrying more. Emotional sensitivity isn't weakness. It's spiritual conductivity. The fire you feel isn't meant to consume you. It's meant to confirm you. So let's not romanticize the old version of you, the one that played it safe, the one that dimmed its light. That version was a seed. What's emerging now is fruit, ripened by fire, refined by silence, strengthened in secret. But have you ever wondered why that version had to break first, before anything beautiful could bloom? And now the only question that remains is this: will you keep hiding behind the fear of being too much? Or will you step forward with holy defiance and say, I was born for this. I was designed to carry divine presence in public and power in private. For the Spirit God gave us does not make us timid, but gives us power, love, and self-discipline. 2 Timothy 1:7. This isn't just a calling, it's a summons. This isn't just encouragement, it's an eternal design. And this isn't just a moment, this is your becoming. Before we talk about who you're becoming, we must first unlock the truth of where you came from, not biologically, but cosmically, spiritually, eternally. You didn't just arrive here after a series of human decisions. You were spoken into existence long before the womb ever cradled you. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations. Jeremiah 1:7. That verse isn't poetic symbolism, it's a legal document in heaven. It means you weren't a reaction. You were a revelation. Every detail of your existence was shaped by the hands of a creator who drafted your story before time had breath. He saw your eyes before they opened, heard your voice before you ever cried, and assigned you impact before the world knew your name. While others were being counted, you were already being consecrated. That changes everything. It means your struggle is not random. Your scars are not shameful. Your delays are not meaningless. You were not put here to survive chaos. You were appointed to interrupt it. But if that's true, why has your life felt like a battlefield instead of a blessing? Why the constant pain, the silence, the seasons of invisibility? Because before you can walk in authority, you must first be anchored in identity. He chose us in Him before the foundation of the world, that we should be holy and blameless before Him. Ephesians 1-4. You weren't called when you got your act together. You were called before earth had a shape. And what does that mean for everything you've walked through? It means your deepest heartbreak wasn't divine neglect. It was divine design. It means the rejection that broke you wasn't failure. It was redirection. The waiting that wore you out wasn't punishment. It was positioning. When everyone else seemed to move ahead and you were stuck in place, you weren't forgotten. You were being forged. Think of how steel is tempered. It isn't just shaped. It's beaten, fired, cooled, and fired again. Every blow adds integrity. Every flame removes impurity. That's what your trials have done to you. Not weaken you, but weld you to your purpose. You are not behind. You are becoming. Have you ever paused long enough to ask, what if the pain was actually a map, a blueprint, etched in suffering, pointing you straight to the core of your calling? Corrie ten Boom, a Dutch watchmaker imprisoned for hiding Jews during the Holocaust. She lost her sister in the camps. She was tortured, humiliated, erased from society. But after her release, she spent decades preaching forgiveness around the world. Corrie once said, "There is no pit so deep that God's love is not deeper still." Her story wasn't interrupted by suffering. It was revealed through it. That's what it means to be appointed to carry something so holy that even hell couldn't silence it. Contrast that with King Saul, who was chosen but not anchored. He had the position but lacked the process. When tested, he cracked under pressure because he never let God refine his character in private. He was elevated before he was stable, and that elevation destroyed him. Authority without refinement is a setup for collapse. And then there's Micah, a boy born in foster care, shuffled through 17 homes before age 12. On paper, he was a statistic, but at Eton, he found Christ at a street revival. And by 23, he was running a non-profit that provided meals and mentorship to over 1,000 kids a month. He said, "The worst parts of my life were the exact places God built my mission from." His pain wasn't wasted. It was weaponized. Even the earth testifies to this pattern. The olive must be crushed to release its oil. The diamond must endure immense pressure before it reflects light. The seed must disappear into soil before it bears fruit. Nature is preaching what we often forget. Becoming requires breaking. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. Romans 8:28. Every betrayal, every tear-stained pillow, every delay you couldn't explain, it wasn't failure, it was formation. But have you ever wondered why the most anointed people often have the most agonizing beginnings? Because God doesn't trust the shallow with weight, and glory has weight. Your life has been a proving ground, not because God needed you to suffer, but because He needed you to carry fire with humility. He was training you in silence, refining you in pressure, preparing you for the moment your voice wouldn't just echo on earth but resonate with heaven. You had to be hidden before you could be revealed. You had to be misunderstood before you could speak with authority. You had to be emptied before you could be filled. The Lord will fulfill his purpose for me, your steadfast love, O Lord, endures forever. Psalm 138 So here's the truth many ignore. You weren't left behind. You were launched in disguise. And now, that disguise is lifting. Becoming is not a flash of inspiration or a viral moment of success. It is not something that happens because you posted the right thing at the right time or impressed the right people in the right room. Becoming is forged, not flaunted. It unfolds in the shadows, not on stage. It is not a destination, it's a construction site. A slow, divine chiseling of the soul. A sacred undoing of what is superficial so that what is eternal can rise in its place. You want to know why it's taken so long? Why has the process felt so brutal? So confusing? So out of your control? Because real becoming demands surrender, especially when your instinct is to grip tighter. It requires obedience when your logic screams for clarity. It calls you to trust when everything inside you wants to question. And yet this is exactly what heaven has been after. Not your talent, not your performance, but your yielding. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways, submit to him, and he will make your paths straight. Proverbs 3:5. What if the very pain you're trying to pray away is the tool God is using to sculpt you into someone weighty enough to carry what you prayed for? Those hidden seasons when you walked alone, misunderstood, overlooked, stretched to the point of breaking, they weren't evidence of abandonment. They were sacred appointments with transformation. You were not being punished. You were being pressed, not to destroy, but to define. Think of the olive, crushed to release oil, the grape, trampled to release wine, the coal, pressured to become diamond. God doesn't waste agony. He uses it to birth authenticity. You might ask, but why me? Why did it have to be this hard? Because shallow foundations collapse under holy assignments, and what you've been called to carry can't sit on convenience. It has to be rooted in covenant. Let me take you into the story of Elizabeth Elliot, a missionary whose husband, Jim, was speared to death by the very tribe they came to serve in Ecuador. Most would have left. Most would have become bitter. But Elizabeth stayed. She lived among the same tribe, learned their language, and eventually led many to Christ. Her obedience in pain wasn't weakness, it was spiritual fortitude. She once wrote, "The will of God is not something you add to your life. It's a course you set." And yet, we also see the opposite in Demas, once a companion of Paul, who abandoned the faith for the comfort of the world. He loved applause more than alignment. He traded endurance for ease. And history remembers him not for impact, but for exit. The lesson: God doesn't raise crowd pleasers. He births fire carriers, people who don't bow to pressure, but become pressure in the spirit realm. There's also Zion, a young woman in Georgia whose life was marked by abandonment and foster care. For years, she thought she was cursed. But through an unexpected mentorship at a local church, she started creating hand-stitched prayer blankets for women in shelters. What began as therapy became ministry. Today, hundreds of women have wrapped themselves in her work. Zion said once, "God didn't take away the pain. He taught me how to weave it." That's the power of forged identity. In astrophysics, stars don't shine until their core reaches a pressure high enough to ignite nuclear fusion. They must collapse inward before they can emit light outward. That's not just science. That's you. After you have suffered a little while, the God of all grace will himself restore you and make you strong, firm and steadfast. 1 Peter 5:10. So, nu. You're not behind. You're not weak. You're not forgotten. You are not cursed, delayed, or disqualified. You are in the sacred furnace of formation, a place not of punishment, but of precision, where God melts away what's superficial to reveal what is solid. This is not hell. This is heaven's workshop. And God, the master craftsman, has not wasted a single second of your pain. Every unanswered prayer, every sleepless night, every betrayal that made you question your worth, all of it has been divinely recycled into purpose. He will sit as a refiner and purifier of silver. He will purify and refine them like gold and silver. Malaki ba. You're not being trained for applause. You're not being groomed for a temporary stage where people clap and forget you by morning. No, you are being forged for eternal resonance, the kind that shakes atmospheres and alters generational trajectories. And resonance, by nature, requiert depth, density, and disturbance. Ask any sound engineer. A note can't echo without pressure. You were never called to blend into the background. You were wired by heaven to disturb the silence. You were never made to conform. You were always meant to ignite. Have you noticed how heaven won't let you go back? How do the old comforts now feel like cages? How do the places that once fit you now feel too tight for your calling? It's not in your head. It's in your spirit. You are too close to glory now. Too marked by fire, too deeply carved by experience. You've been sharpened in secret, like a blade hidden in a sheath. Waiting for the exact moment of release, he made my mouth like a sharpened sword. In the shadow of his hand, he hit me. Isaiah 49:2. You are a weapon of precision, not mass production. This is why your old patterns no longer satisfy, why surface-level relationships drain you, why shallow spaces bore you. You are not who you used to be, and trying to shrink back into that version is like pouring new wine into old wineskins. Heaven has upgraded your spirit, and your environment must now reflect that upgrade. You are becoming unrecognizable, and that's the point. Florence Nightingale, known as the founder of modern nursing, she once wrote, "I am a voice calling out for God, not for men." She abandoned wealth, reputation, and even marriage to follow a burden no one understood. The result? She redefined care for generations. That's what happens when you stop asking for permission to be who God already said you are. But contrast that with Samson, who was called gifted and powerful, but played games with destiny. He flirted with compromise, treated the sacred as casual, and in the end, his strength left him in silence. His downfall wasn't Delilah, it was disobedience. Gifts without character will always implode, but fire that's forged through obedience, that's unstoppable. And then there's Levi, a quiet janitor at a seminary in rural Kenya. For 20 years, he mopped floors and prayed for the students by name. One of them became a national revivalist, and years later said, "It was Levi's prayers that broke the ceiling over my life." No platform, no spotlight, just fire forged in faithfulness. That's eternal resonance. When lava cools, it becomes an unshakable stone. The same fire that once burned uncontrollably eventually becomes the foundation for life to grow on. You're not in meltdown, you're in formation. Being rooted and established in love, you may have power, together with all the Lord's holy people, to grasp how wide and long and high and deep is the love of Christ. Ephesians 3:17-18. So, yes, before you can do what you were called to do, you must become who you were created to be. This isn't performance. This is a prophecy. This isn't a strategy. This is surrender. You are not auditioning for identity, you are awakening into it. And when it hurts most, when the heat rises and the silence feels endless, remind your soul, this isn't your breakdown. It's your breakthrough in disguise. This isn't your ending. It's your becoming. Let's be honest. We live in an era obsessed with the spotlight, but allergic to sacrifice. A generation that dreams of crowns but resists the cross that makes them worthy to wear one. We scroll past obedience, looking for opportunity. We want the mic, but not the mantle. The platform, but not the pruning. Visibility without vulnerability. Success without surrender. Influence without intimacy. But heaven doesn't run on likes, followers, or charisma. God is not raising up entertainers. He's not looking for hollow sound. He's building weapons. Weapons of honor. Weapons of holiness. Weapons that won't malfunction under pressure. Whoever does not carry their cross and follow me cannot be my disciple. Luke 14:27. That's not a suggestion. That's the blueprint. And that's exactly why your life has been a relentless cycle of pressure, divine Pause, pruning, and isolation. You're not going in circles. You're going deeper. Because you're not just anybody, you're chosen. And chosen ones aren't pampered. They're forged. They are fire-tested, wilderness walked, crushed and reshaped, until they carry not just gifting, but gravity. Have you ever asked yourself, why is my journey so intense while others seem to glide through life with ease? The answer is found in Luke 12:48. To whom much is given, much will be required. That isn't just a warning, it's a divine strategy. If God has called you to shake atmospheres, He has to build roots deep enough to survive storms. He's not measuring how well you perform in front of people. He's measuring how well you obey when no one sees. You don't develop weight in the spotlight. You develop it in the shadows. Think of an iceberg. What's seen above water is only 10% of its mass. The other 90% lies hidden, cold, silent, and it's that hidden mass that holds it steady. That's your calling. The deeper the destiny, the heavier the base. If God has called you into the deep, He will bury you for a season, not to punish you, but to prepare you. The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. Echat Samuel, Sheshesra, Sheba. He doesn't care about your brand. He cares about your backbone. And that's why He's allowed you to be overlooked, misunderstood, underestimated, not to kill you, but to strip you of dependency on validation, because a weapon that needs approval will always misfire. Jackie Pullinger, a British missionary who went into Hong Kong's walled city filled with drug dens and gangs. She had no platform, no fundraising team, nor social status. But she had the Holy Spirit and a surrendered heart, and drug addicts were set free without rehab, just prayer and obedience. God used her, not because she was flashy, but because she was available. She said, God wants us to have soft hearts and hard feet. The trouble with many of us is that we have hard hearts and soft feet. End quote. In contrast, take Saul. Israel's first king. He looked the part, tall, handsome, charismatic, but he feared man more than he feared God. He offered sacrifice in panic, disobeyed divine instruction, and lost his anointing because his heart was never surrendered. He was crowned too quickly, and it cost him everything. Popularity never preserved purity, but purity always protects purpose. And then there's Keon, a youth pastor from Detroit. For 5 years he served in a forgotten neighborhood. No stage, no budget, just a gym, a Bible, and 20 kids who didn't trust anyone. But he showed up every week, rain or shine. When someone tried to offer him a better platform in a megachurch, he said, "Why would I leave the fire God lit just to chase smoke?" Today, those 20 kids have become community leaders. Because God isn't impressed by reach, he honors rootedness. A tree doesn't bear lasting fruit without pruning. In botany, pruning isn't random cutting, it's targeted removal. The dead, the diseased, the overgrown, all must go to make room for vitality. The same principle applies to you. Your divine pruning isn't loss, it's preparation. I am the vine, you are the branches. Every branch that does bear fruit, he prunes so that it will be even more fruitful. John Hamesh, Asara Shtaim. And have you ever wondered why your anointing seems to draw an attack like a lightning rod? Because spiritual voltage attracts resistance. The enemy doesn't waste energy on the lukewarm, but those walking in holy fire. They threaten systems, they disrupt bloodlines, they shift cities. Sunu. God isn't crafting you for popularity, he's shaping you for purity. He's developing a vessel that can carry weight, not applause, glory, not gimmicks. He's crafting someone who doesn't collapse under pressure, but crushes giants with obedience. You are not in a delay. You are in design. You are not behind. You are becoming fireproof. He's not just building your future. He's building your foundation. So understand this with clarity down to your bones. This season is not punishment. It is a sacred formation, a holy laboratory where heaven is crafting not a crowd pleaser, not a performer, but a vessel of weight. You are being built to withstand storms that would crush the unrooted. You are being shaped to carry presence, not pressure power, not performance. This season is not God's anger, it's God's investment. God is building a man or woman who doesn't fold under pressure, who won't bend truth to fit trends, who doesn't chase claps, but chases character. He's teaching you how to love when bitterness feels easier. He's training your knees to bend in prayer when fear says to panic. He's teaching you how to stay anchored in faith, even when the culture is capsizing. That's not a weakness. That's spiritual authority. That's what heaven calls trustworthiness. Have you been feeling the heaviness lately? The weight that won't shake off? The silence that feels louder than noise? That's not resistance. That's entrustment. God is giving you more, not more applause, but more assignment. If you have run with the footmen and they have wearied you, then how can you contend with horses? Jeremiah 12:5. This season is training ground. He's conditioning your spirit for impact, not just influence. He's not preparing you for the spotlight. He's preparing you to carry his light into places that terrify demons. You were chosen for this, for the battle, for the burden, and yes, for the breakthrough. But there's a trap, a subtle one that even mature believers fall into. The lie that says your activity defines your identity, that if you serve louder, hustle harder, or stay busy enough doing godly things, you'll finally earn your worth. You'll finally be seen, finally feel like you matter. Let me be painfully clear, that's a deception. Because if the enemy can't get you to sin, he'll get you to strive. And striving looks holy. but it produces burnout, not fruit, unless the Lord builds the house. Those who build it labor in vain. Psalm 27:7. Have you noticed how exhaustion sometimes feels spiritual? Like the busier you get, the more empty you feel. That's not because you're failing. It's because you've replaced abiding with achieving, and in the kingdom of God, identity always precedes activity. Your value is not determined by your output. Your worth is not measured by productivity. You are not a machine in God's workforce. You are a son, a daughter, a chosen vessel in His image. Mother Teresa, who spent decades in the slums of Calcutta, she once said, "God has not called me to be successful. He has called me to be faithful." Her daily work looked mundane, quiet, hidden, and yet it shook governments and opened global eyes. Why? Because she lived from identity, not image. But now think of Uzzah, the man who tried to steady the Ark of the Covenant with his hands. His action looked good. His intent was noble, but his heart wasn't aligned with God's holiness, and he died where he stood. Good intentions don't override divine instruction. Busyness can still be disobedience. And there's Brielle, a worship leader from São Paulo. She led thousands every week. But inside, she was breaking. One day she confessed, "I forgot who I was when no one was clapping." It wasn't until she took a year off, unplugged from ministry, and rediscovered her daughtership in Christ, that she found peace again. She came back to the stage, not as a performer, but as a priest. A tree doesn't produce fruit year-round. It rests. It abides. In biology, this is called dormancy, a necessary season when internal systems restore so that later life can flourish again. Without it, the tree dies not from lack of work, but from burnout. Your spiritual DNA isn't built on hustle. It's built on belonging, but you are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, His own special people, that you may declare the praises of Him who called you out of darkness into His marvelous light. Echat Peter, Shtaim Tesha, chosen, meaning God handpicked you for this exact moment in history. Not 1 second too late. Not one skill too short. Royal not because of earthly lineage, but because heaven has stamped your life with divine authority. Holy not because of perfection, but because grace has set you apart. His own meaning, you are not random. You are not a background character. You are God's personal treasure, crafted in fire, designed with eternal precision. And if you've forgotten who you are in the middle of what you're doing, this is your wake-up call. You are not what you build. You are not how much you give. You are not how many follow. You are who He says you are, even on your quietest day. This identity you carry, it's not something you earn, compete for, or qualify to receive after a spiritual performance review. It is not a reward for good behavior. It is a gift, a covenant, a seal placed on your life by a Father who knew your name before your bones ever formed. Your identity is received, not achieved. And when you finally grasp that truth, not just with your head, but with your spirit, everything begins to shift. Your confidence is no longer tethered to how productive you are, how accepted you feel, or how well others applaud your obedience. It shifts from doing to being, from striving to standing. The Spirit Himself testifies with our spirit that we are God's children. Romans 8:16. From this moment forward, walk differently, not with arrogance, but with awareness. When you enter a room, don't shrink. Don't wait for permission to exist. Walk in knowing you carry the presence of heaven inside you. When you speak, speak as one backed by the weight of eternity, not ego. When you rise in the morning, rise, not as someone dragging through survival, but as one whose journey is marked by angelic assignments and divine momentum. What would shift in your life if you truly believed the atmosphere changes just because you walked in? You're not just a Christian, you are a living conduit of glory. A walking letter, handwritten by the King of Kings. You show that you are a letter from Christ, written not with ink, but with the Spirit of the living God. 2 Corinthians 3:3. That means your life is a message. Your steps are sentences. Your fire is punctuation in the hands of the Almighty. When life pushes back, don't cower like a casualty. Push forward as a vessel of divine fire. You were not built for applause. You were designed for authority. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German pastor who stood against Nazi ideology, could have kept quiet. Instead, he preached truth until it cost him his freedom and eventually his life. But his words still burn through generations. He once said, "When Christ calls a man, he bids him come and die. He didn't die a victim, he died a representative of heaven, unshaken in identity." And yet, some of you don't feel that fire right now. You don't feel bold. You feel buried. You're walking through a season that feels like suffocation, like silence, like everything is slowing down when it should be accelerating. Doors have slammed shut. People you loved have walked away. Opportunities have dried up, and even prayer feels like an echo trapped inside a cave. Have you ever wondered why this stillness feels like war? It's because stillness is not absence. Stillness is where God reshapes the atmosphere around your soul. There's a principle in quantum physics called zero-point energy, the lowest possible energy a system can have. But it's not zero. Even in stillness, there is energy, movement, vibration. Something unseen is still happening. That's where you are. In a season where nothing looks alive on the surface, but everything is moving under it. Be still, and know that I am God. Psalm 46, Asel. That verse isn't passive. It's a spiritual command to remain grounded in identity while heaven realigns your coordinates. Mara, a dancer from Argentina, injured her spine days before a career-defining performance. Doctors told her she might never dance again. She sank into silence, believing she had lost her purpose. But in that stillness, she began to write. What started as journaling became poems. Her poems became songs. Today, she leads worship worldwide. Seated, yes. Seated, but filled with more fire than when she danced. Why? Because identity didn't leave with her movement. It expanded through her stillness. A volcano can lie dormant for decades, appearing lifeless, until one day it erupts with generational power. A seed, buried in the dark, must crack before it grows. Even a star, before it is born, exists in total darkness as a cloud of gas until one gravitational moment ignites fusion. He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. Isaiah 40:29. And if your strength is running thin, if your prayers feel unanswered, if your soul feels tired, don't mislabel this moment. What feels like suffocation might actually be a sacred strategy. You are not stuck. You are stationed. Like a soldier on watch in the midnight hour, you are positioned precisely where heaven needs you most. Even when it makes no sense to your flesh, you are not delayed. You are developing in layers that eyes can't see, and in ways your future will thank you for. You are not abandoned. You are anchored not in feelings, not in results, but in the one who never sleeps, never forgets, never let go. The eternal God is your refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms. Deuteronomy 33, 27. But have you realized yet that the silence is not punishment, it's a setup? That the stillness isn't exile, it's elevation in disguise? This season isn't meant to break you. It's designed to break open the version of you that can no longer go where you're headed. This is the place where fire burns away what's shallow and reveals what's sovereign. Yes, it's painful. Yes, it's slow. But so is the formation of diamonds, tectonic plates, and galaxies. Heavy things take time. Eternal things take pressure. You are not a product of failure. You are the process of fire-born purpose, crafted in a furnace that not everyone was called to endure. Don't envy those who skipped refinement. What comes easy won't last. But what is built through fire, that carries forever weight? There's a term in metallurgy, tempering. After metal is forged, it's reheated not to weaken it, but to align its molecular structure for maximum strength. That's what God is doing to you. Not tormenting, tempering. You're not fragile. You're being fortified. Have you ever asked why your breaking hasn't broken you? Why are you still breathing when everything said you shouldn't be? Because this fire isn't your grave. It's your graduation. This isn't the death of your calling. It's the death of every false identity that could sabotage your next level. And when it's all stripped away, when the applause fades, when the distractions go silent, when even your own strength walks out, what's left is the real you. Fireproof, spirit-sealed, heaven-backed, and unshakably rooted. This fire, it's not the end of you. It's the exact location where your identity is being rewritten in eternal ink. This is not just heat. This is holy branding. And when you emerge, you won't just survive. You'll radiate. You've wept in secret tears that never touched a shoulder, grief that never found language. You obeyed when no one was watching, served when no one said thank you, stayed the course. When your own heart whispered doubts, you didn't dare say out loud. You've been praised while breaking. You've sacrificed in silence. You've carried burdens that would have crushed another, and still, you stayed faithful. But here's what heaven wants you to know with clarity and authority. This is not punishment. This is divine preparation. This is the sacred refinement of a vessel chosen for weight, not comfort. God is not abandoning you. He is revealing the warrior He planted in your spirit before your body ever took its first breath. Could it be that what feels like breaking is actually the final stage of becoming? For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. 2 Corinthians 4:17. There is a divine pattern in how God prepares His vessels. He doesn't elevate the fragile. He forges the unshakable. Just like gold must pass through fire to be purified, because impurities don't rise until the heat does. Just like oil only flows when the olive is crushed, because surface beauty never unlocks substance. Just like wine can't be made without the pressing of grapes, because sweetness is extracted through pressure, not ease. So must you be crushed, pressed, and refined. But this isn't for your destruction, it's for your transformation. This fire isn't meant to consume you. It's designed to expose the unbreakable version of you, the one who cannot be shaken by storms, seduced by applause, or paralyzed by fear, the one who doesn't shift with the culture, but shapes it by their consistency, the one who radiates Christ, not when things are perfect, but when the fire is hottest, though now for a little while you may have had to suffer grief in all kinds of trials. These have come so that the proven genuineness of your faith of greater worth than gold may result in praise, glory, and honor. Achat Peter, Echat, Shesh, Sheba. Have you ever realized the crushing isn't happening to you, it's happening for you? Because what's being pressed out of you is the false version of yourself, the one shaped by fear, people-pleasing, overthinking, and insecurity. What's being revealed is the refined you, the image-bearing, fire-tested, heaven-sent reflection of Christ that hell tried to bury. You are not in survival. You are in sanctification. You are not in delay. You are in divine extraction. This is where the weak layers are being burned away, so the eternal architecture of your calling can be made visible in engineering. Before a structure is certified to carry weight, it's subjected to stress testing, deliberate pressure applied until the frame either breaks or proves its integrity. That's what this season is. It's not personal. It's prophetic. God is proving the invisible steel He placed in your spirit. Take Nelson Mandela, imprisoned for 27 years, labeled a criminal by his enemies, but instead of breaking, he was being forged. He emerged, not bitter, but better, not vengeful, but visionary. The fire he endured didn't destroy his leadership, it authenticated it. And when asked how he survived, he said, "I was not a Messiah, but an ordinary man who had become a leader because of extraordinary circumstances." I know, but on the other end of the spectrum, there's Lance Armstrong. Once hailed as one of the greatest athletes of all time, he let pride and pressure lead him into doping, lies, and manipulation. When the truth came out, his platform collapsed. Not because of a lack of talent, but because of a lack of integrity. The lesson: if you bypass the crushing, you build on ego instead of endurance. And ego always shatters under fire. And what about Celia? A single mother of 2 in Manila, working 3 jobs, barely making rent, and yet every night she still prays over her children, still tithes from what little she has, and still greets her customers with kindness. She doesn't have a microphone or platform, but in heaven her faith sounds like thunder, because it's not the size of your stage that defines you. It's the depth of your surrender when no one sees but God. When you walk through the fire, you will not be burned. The flames will not set you ablaze. Isaiah 43:2. So, no. This crushing is not your end. It's your activation. The pain you've endured is not proof of God's distance. It's confirmation of your depth. You're not being broken. You're being made indestructible. Don't resist the fire. Because it's not here to destroy you. It's here to refine you into something that can carry weight beyond applause and withstand storms beyond your natural strength. Don't curse the crushing, even though it's painful and hidden, because it is through that very crushing that heaven creates capacity in you that shallow living could never achieve. Don't despise the delay, no matter how long or quiet it feels, because what you think is stagnation is actually heaven digging deeper roots, preparing you to rise without collapsing under the weight of your own calling. He will sit as a refiner and purifier of silver. He will purify the Levites and refine them like gold and silver. Malachi ba. Even Jesus, the spotless, blameless Son of the living God, was not exempt from the process. He was led by the Spirit into the wilderness, not away from it, and endured 40 days of hunger and temptation to prove his identity before launching his public ministry. He wept in Gethsemane, sweating drops of blood as he wrestled with the agony of surrender, and he submitted to the will of the Father even when it led him straight to the brutality of the cross. He bled and suffered publicly, shamed and pierced for sins he never committed. And only after that pain did resurrection glory arise. We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair. 2 Corinthians 4-8. So if the sinless Son of God had to pass through fire, through crushing, through delay, why would your journey, marked by divine fingerprints and purpose, be any different? You are being shaped, not by random chance or meaningless hardship, but by the same sovereign hands that shaped galaxies, designed oceans, and stitched eternity into every atom of your DNA. The very thing you're trying to pray away is actually confirmation of how much you carry. Trash is discarded because it has no value. Treasure is refined because it carries weight. Gold must be tested in fire to reveal its purity. Olives must be crushed to release oil. Grapes must be pressed to release wine. And you, yes, you must walk through pressure not to be ruined, but to be released into your truest form. You are not being punished, though your emotions may try to convince you otherwise. You are being purified. You are not being rejected. Even if people have walked away, you are being molded. And when the fire has done its perfect work, when the pressing has removed everything in you that can't go into your next season, what will rise from your life will not be a shell or a survivor. It will be a vessel carrying the kind of presence that shifts rooms, awakens atmospheres, and declares the glory of God without a single word spoken. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life. James Achet, Shatimasra, Kori, Tenboom. A woman who endured the unimaginable pain of losing her family during the Holocaust while hiding Jews from the Nazis, emerged from the ashes of suffering, not bitter, but bold. Her crushing didn't silence her. It transformed her. She once said, "There is no pit so deep that God's love is not deeper still." That quote didn't come from theory. It came from fire. And that same fire, chosen one, is where you are being shaped, not for pain's sake, but for purpose. But on the other side, there's Solomon, a man crowned with wisdom and riches beyond comprehension, who started strong but ended compromised. The same mouth that penned Proverbs drifted into idolatry, not because he lacked favor, but because he stopped honoring the fire that once kept him pure. His fall wasn't a result of weakness, it was the cost of resisting refinement. That's the tragedy of one who chooses comfort over character, platform over purity. Then there's Ezekiel, a 8-year-old welder in Lagos, unknown to the world, unseen by the crowds, working double shifts in a factory that paid barely enough to survive. But in that furnace of fatigue, after every shift, he'd stay behind to pray, whispering names of his city through tears. Years later, a revival broke out, not in a cathedral, but in the very warehouse he once cleaned in silence. And when asked how it began, a woman simply said, "Someone kept the fire burning when no one else was looking." That's who you are. Not famous, maybe, not recognized yet, but deeply known in heaven. And when fire touches that kind of heart, revival follows. The Lord is close to the broken-hearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Psalm 34:8. Nature confirms it too. Lava that seems destructive eventually becomes rich soil. Caterpillars that liquefy in their cocoons become something with wings. Glass that shatters under casual pressure becomes radiant and unbreakable under heat and breath. So could it be that what feels like chaos in your life is actually the chemistry of transformation. You are not being broken apart to stay broken. You are being broken open to become indestructible. What if the very fire you feared was the only environment strong enough to reveal who you truly are? Do not be afraid. For I have redeemed you. I have called you by name. You are mine. What? So don't flinch. Don't shrink. Don't mislabel this holy season. You are not being buried. You are being planted. You are not being punished. You are being positioned. This isn't God forgetting you. It's God finishing you. And when this fire is done, you will not recognize the version of yourself that rises. You'll walk into rooms, not hoping to be accepted, but aware that you are carrying glory. You'll pray not out of obligation, but out of overflow. You'll speak not from insecurity, but from the authority that only comes from being refined. You're not being lost in the flames. You're being revealed through them. Hold on. Don't rush past this moment. Don't scroll away from what your spirit has been waiting years to hear. You're not crumbling. You're being revealed. This isn't your breakdown. It's your breaking open. God is calling you out of smallness, out of fear, out of the narrative that told you playing safe was holy, out of cycles that kept you looped in survival when you were meant to walk in dominion. You've played it small for too long, folding your fire to fit into rooms that couldn't handle your frequency. You've dimmed your brilliance to make others feel comfortable while your soul was suffocating in silence. You've hidden your anointing like it was a burden, not a birthright, just to avoid judgment, just to stay digestible to people who were never called to hold you. But what if the rejection you feared was actually the redirection God designed to protect your radiance? But no more, not now. Heaven is sounding the alarm. Trumpets in the spirit are blaring, and the echo is clear. Rise. You weren't created to blend into cultural noise. You were designed to pierce it. You weren't born to whisper in corners. You were born to roar across realms. You weren't built to be passive, people-pleasing, or apologetic about power that didn't come from you but flows through you. You carry holy fire in your bones, not spark, but blaze, not performance, but presence. Romans 8:19 declares, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." The world isn't aching for another viral video. It's not craving another trending voice. It's groaning deep in its foundations, for the sons and daughters of God to stop blending in and start being the disruption heaven sent them to be. You were created to shake foundations, not protect them, to confront compromise, not flirt with it, to build altars, not chase algorithms. You were forged for impact, not applause. And this generation isn't waiting for your next post. It's waiting for your fire. And what happens when you delay your assignment? People stay bound who were supposed to be free by your obedience. Rooms stay dark that were supposed to ignite when you entered. So, what are you waiting for? Chosen one, you don't need confirmation when God has already given you a command. You don't need 10 signs when you already carry 10 reasons in your testimony. You don't need another open door when God has already made you the key. Look around you. The world is groaning. But more than that, the world is watching, waiting for you. Yes, you. Not tomorrow. Not when you feel ready. Now. Esther 4:14 says, "And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" And it's not a metaphor. You didn't stumble into this era. You were strategically placed in this generation by the God who governs eternity. You are not called to play church. You are called to be the church. Not to impress crowds with cleverness, but to impact culture with consecration. Not to echo the noise, but to carry a frequency that comes from the throne room itself. You were wired for holy confrontation, not religious comfort. Catherine Booth, co-founder of the Salvation Army, once said, "If we are to better the future, we must disturb the present." She didn't just say it. She lived it, preaching in the face of death threats, raising her voice when women were silenced. She shook an empire with nothing but conviction and oil. Her boldness didn't make her popular. It made her dangerous to hell. That's the legacy you carry. But contrast her with King Saul, Israel's first king. He had position, platform, and public favor. But he feared people more than he feared God. He obeyed halfway and lost everything. His crown didn't cover his compromise. His downfall reminds us, anointing without obedience is a disaster waiting to unfold. And what about Eli, the old priest who allowed passivity to replace purity? He didn't murder or steal. He simply refused to confront sin when it showed up at his doorstep. And because he stayed silent, God said, "Those who honor me, I will honor. But those who despise me will be disdained." 1 Samuel 2:30. Don't be an Eli in an hour that demands Elijah. Fire doesn't just destroy. It clears forests for new ecosystems. Lightning doesn't just strike, it fertilizes the soil with nitrogen. Even stars collapse before they become supernovas. So what if your shaking is not sabotage, but sacred setup? Isaiah 61:1 says, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." You were born for this hour. You were built to carry oil. You were raised to set things ablaze. So this is your line in the sand, your call to rise. Let this be the moment you break free from every false identity, every self-imposed limitation, every lie hell ever tried to plant in your mind. Let this be the season you move differently, with weight, with fire, with the kind of love that purifies and the kind of truth that delivers. You are not just a believer. You are a warrior in priestly armor, a builder of altars in Babylon, a revival carrier with oil in your lamp and fire in your bones. You were never meant to be lukewarm. You were born to burn. So, chosen one, as this word settles into your spirit, let it not simply echo, let it transform you. Let it shift the way you walk into a room, the way you face a storm, the way you stand in front of the mirror. You are not someone trying to become holy. You were born with heaven's fingerprints already on your soul. You are not chasing glory. You carry it. You are not waiting for God to move. He already did. He moved in you. He formed you in fire. He carved you in silence. And now, He is revealing you. The next time you see your reflection, don't just glance, speak. Declare it with fire in your voice and steel in your spine. I am exactly what God intended. I am becoming everything He called me to be. I will not bow to fear. I will not shrink in shame. I was chosen for glory. Let that be your morning confession, your midnight anthem, and your war cry in every moment of doubt. You were not created to cower in corners of comfort. You were born to walk into atmospheres and shift them. You were not saved to survive. You were chosen to conquer. This is your moment, not when you feel more qualified, not when people finally approve, not next month, not next year, right here, right now, in the mess, in the fire, in the unknown. God is saying, step forward, move like you've already been approved by heaven. Speak like the oil is already dripping from your mouth. Walk like someone who carries eternity in their bones. Stop waiting for the platform. You are the platform. Stop asking for a sign. You are the sign. Don't let insecurity silence what heaven has already sealed. Obedience is the bridge between where you stand and what you were born to become. Chosen one. This is not the season to hesitate. This is the season to become. Heaven is not neutral. It is watching. Angels are not idle. They are moving. Destiny is not whispering. It's roaring. The fire in your belly is not accidental. It's intentional. It's sacred. It's time-sensitive. You are already becoming what God dreamed when He sculpted you in secret. So rise. Straighten your back. Wipe your tears. Walk with holy confidence. And become it. And if this message ignited something in you, don't keep it to yourself. Like this message as a declaration of faith. Comment, "I'm becoming," and drop your city so we can pray for divine fire to sweep across the map. Share this message with someone you love who's in the middle of their own becoming. Subscribe if you haven't yet. And hit that bell so you never miss what heaven is saying next. This isn't just content, it's a call, and you're part of it. To every soul who has supported through Super, thanks. Thank you. Your seed is not a tip, it's a prophetic act. You didn't give to impress, you gave to align. And I declare over you now, because you gave when it cost you. God will provide when it looks impossible. And even if you haven't given, even if you simply stayed and listened, heaven saw it. God saw it. Your obedience, your hunger, your presence here today, it matters. Now I bless you. I speak divine strength into your weary bones. I release boldness into your spirit. May peace that passes all understanding flood your atmosphere. May every door that God ordained swing open in due time. May you walk like one who was born from fire, formed in silence, and called for nations. And may you never again question the weight of what you carry. You are not hoping to become, you are already becoming. You are not fading, you are rising. You are not forgotten, you are on fire. Now go, burn with purpose. Have you ever wondered if heaven celebrates in moments the earth overlooks? Chosen one. If you've found your way to this message, it's not an accident. This is not just a video, it's a divine appointment. Something you did. Perhaps in silence, perhaps in weakness, moved heaven in a way you never imagined. You may not have realized it. But a single act of obedience done when no one was watching, when no one applauded, when fear was loud and clarity was absent, echoed louder in the heavens than 1,000 sermons. You didn't part the Red Sea. You didn't stand on a stage. You didn't seek recognition. But you did something rare. You trusted God when it hurt. You gave when it stretched. You forgave when you could have fought. And in that moment, something sacred happened. God smiled. Heaven rejoiced. The angels didn't just watch, they celebrated. This message is a confirmation, not that you were perfect, but that your heart posture reached the throne. God is not disappointed in you. He's drawing nearer than you think. And before we step deeper into the moment that made heaven erupt with joy, I want you to pause and acknowledge it if this resonates in your spirit. Comment, Sheba me ot sheba im vesheba, right now, not as a trend, but as a prophetic agreement that you recognize this word was sent for you. Drop your city and time below so we can pray over you by name and location. And to every generous soul who has supported this message through super thanks or a prophetic seed, thank you from the depths of this ministry. You are not giving to a person, you are aligning with heaven. What you've sown in faith will return multiplied, because God always honors obedience born in sacrifice. Now take a breath. Because what happened in that quiet moment, the one you barely remember, is the very thing that made heaven celebrate loudly. And what's coming next will prove it was never small at all. God's chosen ones. Heaven celebrated loudly, all because you did this at last. There are rare moments in the spiritual realm when heaven doesn't simply observe, it erupts. And this was one of those moments. The kind of giving you did wasn't about numbers or applause. It was sacred. It moved frequencies beyond language. In the architecture of the unseen, it cracked open heaven's gate like a sacred frequency, shattering silence. Because what you offered wasn't a donation, it was trust wrapped in sacrifice. It reverberated across dimensions louder than any sermon, louder than any worship set, louder than any earthly proclamation. You didn't give to be seen. You gave because love moved you. And that kind of giving speaks in a language only the Spirit understands. But let's go deeper, not just in theology, but in tenderness. Let us unfold this truth like a teacher guiding a trembling toddler to take their very first step. Have you ever seen a child wobble toward their parent? Unsteady, yet determined. Do you remember the look in the parent's eyes? Not criticism, but uncontainable joy. That is what your obedience looked like in heaven. Not impressive by human standards, not headline-worthy, but it caught God's heart. It made him laugh. And yes, God does laugh. The Bible affirms this truth. Psalm 2:4 declares, "He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh, the Lord shall have them in derision." In Psalm 37:13, "The Lord shall laugh at him, for he seeth that his day is coming." These verses speak of divine justice, of God laughing at the futility of evil's rebellion, the laugh of holy derision, the judgment-laced thunder of a God whose power makes pride look pitiful. But that's not the sound we're speaking of here. There is another kind of divine laughter, the kind that erupts when a child of God does something pure, fragile, and deeply costly, a laugh born not of wrath, but of delight. Think of Sarah, barren and bitter, who laughed in disbelief at the promise of Isaac. Yet in Genesis 21:6, she cried out, "God has made me to laugh, so that all that hear will laugh with me." That laughter wasn't judgment, it was joy breaking through despair, the fulfillment of a divine promise. Denial, but never denial. That's the laughter heaven released over you. You may wonder, why would something so quiet, so small in your eyes, provoke a cosmic celebration? Why would a single hidden act, one decision to trust, matter so much to the creator of the galaxies? Because obedience in weakness is the rarest courage of all. You didn't split seas or raise the dead. You didn't stand before kings or call down fire like Elijah, but you did something greater in heaven's measurement. You obeyed when it was inconvenient. You whispered yes when your soul screamed no. You gave when no one asked. You forgave when no one apologized. You kept your heart open while bleeding inside. That's what makes the kingdom tremble. Think of Mother Teresa, a humble Albanian nun who served the dying in the streets of Calcutta. She once said, "God has not called me to be successful. He has called me to be faithful." Her acts, though small in the world's eyes, became an avalanche of glory in heaven. And yet, contrast that with the story of Elizabeth Holmes, once celebrated as a genius entrepreneur, founder of Theranos. She deceived investors, patients, and the public, chasing greatness at the cost of truth. Her downfall wasn't merely legal, it was spiritual dissonance. A life built on illusion can never resonate with eternity. You, chosen one, did not build your obedience on illusion. You built it on quiet surrender. Like a violinist tuning her strings in the dark before the concert, your faith found the pitch of heaven before the world ever heard the melody. It wasn't flashy, it was real. In a quiet mountain village, a young woman named Delia sat beside her sick mother, feeding her soup every morning before walking 3 miles to work. No one praised her, no one posted her picture, but each spoonful she lifted in love was a note in a divine symphony only angels could hear in the spirit. Her name was sung long before it was ever spoken on earth. Or think of Elias, a recovering alcoholic who chose, one night, to walk past the bar he once nearly died in, and instead went home to pray. That step, so ordinary, so mundane, was monumental in the unseen, because it wasn't just sobriety, it was surrender. That is the kind of moment heaven celebrates. Just as the tides respond to the invisible pull of the moon, so heaven responds to the gravitational force of surrendered faith. It's physics, but it's also worship. Like the sunflower that turns toward the hidden sun on a cloudy day, your spirit turned toward God when there was no clarity, no light, no guarante. And that turn, that lean, was a dance in the spirit. Proverbs 3:5 says, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding." And Romans 12:1 invites you to present your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable to God, which is your spiritual worship. Oh, your life became an altar, not of stone or smoke, but of quiet devotion. You didn't need to part the heavens. You only needed to trust, and God, in His perfection, smiled. But have you ever wondered what it looks like in the spirit when heaven bends down to witness a sacrifice no one else sees? This is not the time to underestimate what you've done. This is not the hour to belittle the yes you gave. The angels didn't just take note, they joined in holy laughter. They echoed the sound of a father's delight. Heaven celebrated loudly, not because you were loud, but because you were true. You moved God's heart. Now, move forward in strength. You've already touched the sky with your surrender. There are moments so quietly heroic that heaven doesn't just take note, it breaks into celebration. What moved heaven to rejoice over you wasn't grand spectacle or viral performance, but a series of sacred decisions made in the dark, beneath pressure, while no one was watching. Each act became a prophetic echo in the courts of the King. Let's unfold them one by one, because they weren't just moments, they were monuments. You forgave when you could have fought, when betrayal pierced your heart like shattered glass, when lies painted your name in falsehood, when trust was torn like an old garment. Everything in your flesh cried out for justice, for retaliation, for a chance to show them who they messed with. But instead, you inhaled grace and exhaled mercy. You whispered, "God, I release them. I choose peace." That choice didn't trend online. It didn't earn applause or validation. But heaven leaned forward, and the Father whispered, "That's my child. That's what I look like." Forgiveness in the kingdom is never weakness, it is divine warfare. Jesus said in Matthew 6:14, "If you forgive men their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you." When you forgave, you weren't giving up power. You were tapping into a power not of this world. You became a mirror reflecting heaven's own forgiveness onto the earth. Think of Joseph in Genesis, sold by his brothers, imprisoned unjustly, forgotten by men. But when he was elevated, he didn't crush them. He wept. He forgave. He said in Genesis 50-20, "You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good." That was not softness. That was sacred strength. And you, chosen one, walked in that same anointing. How many destinies are still frozen because someone refused to forgive? How many hearts have hardened like clay in the sun because they clung to vengeance instead of surrender? You, however, gave when you didn't have enough. The numbers didn't add up. Bills stood tall like Goliath. Your own needs whispered, "Just survive." But when God nudged your spirit, you opened your hand. That seed may have seemed small, but in the spirit, it roared. Mark 12:43-44 reminds us of the widow who dropped 2 mites into the temple treasury. Jesus turned to his disciples and said, "This poor widow has put in more than all those who are giving to the treasury." Why? Because faith isn't measured in quantity. It's measured in surrender. J.R.D. Tata, an Indian industrialist and philanthropist, once said, "No success or achievement in material terms is worthwhile unless it serves the needs of the nation and its people." Though wealthy, he lived simply and gave sacrificially, building hospitals, universities, and social reforms. His giving wasn't for show. It was a seed that still grows across generations. Now, compare that to the story of Bernie Madoff, the infamous financier whose greed fueled the largest Ponzi scheme in history. He gained billions, but destroyed thousands of lives. His legacy? Not honor but shame. Not fruit but collapse. The difference wasn't money. It was the motive. You, in contrast, sowed not into ego, but into eternity. You gave not because you had excess, but because your faith outran your fear. That is what pierced heaven like a trumpet. And then perhaps the most unseen victory of all, you trusted when there was no sign. Days passed, then weeks. No breakthrough, no prophetic dream, no open door, just silence. Still, you remained. You got on your knees again. You prayed again. You said, "Lord." I still believe that kind of trust is more than discipline. It's spiritual gravity. It holds the soul together when hope wants to fall apart. Hebrews 11:6 says, "Without faith it is impossible to please God. And you pleased him not through outcomes, but through raw, sacred trust." In the world of physics, particles respond to vibration and frequency. In the world of the spirit, God responds to faith. You vibrated with heaven's frequency when you believed against the odds. In a small coastal town, a mechanic named Gerald prayed every morning beside his old tool bench. Business was slow, and debts loomed. But instead of folding, he placed a prayer cloth over his ledger book and whispered, "Yehovah Jireh, you're still my source." Months later, he didn't just survive, he began mentoring young men from broken homes and teaching them repair skills. His trust became someone else's healing. Now pause here. Have you ever wondered what heaven records more? The moment you received, or the moment you believed without receiving? And then came another choice, one just as fierce. You chose righteousness in a crooked world. When temptation flirted with your loneliness, you looked away. When gossip filled the room like smoke, you stayed silent. When dishonesty would have made things easier, you chose integrity. That wasn't just maturity, it was a manifestation of the Holy Spirit within you. Daniel 6:10 tells us, Now when Daniel learned that the decree had been published, he went home to his upstairs room where the windows opened toward Jerusalem. 3 times a day he got down on his knees and prayed. Daniel didn't choose righteousness for recognition. He chose it because it was his rhythm with God. Your moment may not have been before kings, but it mattered no less. Heaven's altar was lit by your decision, because righteousness in secret is worship in its purest form, like the snow leopard that moves silently across Himalayan ridges, camouflaged. Unseen, your purity navigated treacherous terrain without seeking attention, but God saw every step, every refusal, every silent no, and that, chosen one, carried eternal weight, beyond the surface, beyond applause, beyond what the world honors, because something extraordinary happens in the unseen realm when a soul quietly turns back to God, not with loud confessions or perfect eloquence, but with trembling surrender. Luke 15, 10 declares. There is joy in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner that repenteth. Imagine that. Just one silent yes to God, one shift of the heart from rebellion to return, and heaven erupts like a cathedral of light. The throne room echoes with joy. But down here, nothing changes in the algorithm. No trending hashtags, no standing ovations, just stillness on earth and fireworks in heaven. This reveals one of the most powerful truths in the architecture of the Spirit. Heaven celebrates what the world ignores, while man claps for money, influence, and speed. God claps for brokenness, purity, and repentance. What would happen if your soul truly understood that heaven's celebration is not delayed until your life looks successful, but begins the moment your heart turns home? Think of the prodigal son, not just as a story, but as a spiritual frequency. Luke 15:20 tells us, "But while he was yet a great way off, his father saw him, and had compassion, and ran, and fell on his neck, and kissed him." The father wasn't waiting with a list of punishments. He was scanning the horizon for return, and when it came, love outran shame, joy outran judgment. That's what your repentance triggered: divine movement. And what about the things you've done that no one knows about? The late-night confession, the whispered worship, the fast you didn't post, the private vow to change, the moment you deleted something that fed your flesh. Did it matter? More than you'll ever comprehend. Have you ever questioned why God would celebrate a choice that seems so small, so quiet? Could it be that in the laws of the kingdom, purity is louder than platform? Matthew 19:30 gives us the key. But many that are first shall be last, and the last shall be first. In God's kingdom, upside down becomes right side up. What culture calls irrelevant, God crowns. What the world dismisses as weakness, heaven sees as holy. In divine mathematics, the smallest surrender equals the greatest sound. You weren't overlooked. You were hidden. Hidden like a root system beneath a towering cedar, silent, strong, and unseen. But without that root, the tree would fall in the storm. Heaven honored your hiddenness, because true transformation always begins underground. One night in Mexico City, a woman named Clarissa returned home after a church service where she felt nothing. No tears, no goosebumps, just silence, but at 3 a.m. she woke with a deep, unexplainable ache in her soul. She walked barefoot to the kitchen, leaned over the sink, and whispered, "God, I want to come back to you. I don't know how, but I'm tired of pretending." No one else heard. But heaven did. That same week, a woman she had hurt 10 years ago called to offer forgiveness, unprovoked. Clarissa's one whisper activated a ripple in the spirit. Meanwhile, in the very corridors of worldly fame, you find stories like that of Jim Jones, once a charismatic preacher and social activist, known for powerful oratory and influence. But instead of bowing to God, he began demanding worship. His descent into manipulation led to the Jonestown massacre, where over 900 people died. Why? Because talent without surrender becomes toxic. Influence without repentance becomes idolatry. You, however, didn't seek to be praised. You sought to be purified. Your worship was not for attention, it was for alignment. Isaiah 66:2 says, "But to this one will I look, to him who is humble and contrite in spirit, and who trembles at my word." Heaven doesn't watch your highlight reel, it watches your heart. In science, there's something called a quantum leap, a sudden, invisible shift of energy between two atomic states. It happens in silence. No one sees it with the naked eye, but its effects are explosive. Repentance is heaven's quantum leap. One inner turn can cause dimensional shifts. And you made one. Have you ever wondered what it felt like when your name was whispered in heaven? When angels rejoiced over something you did in secret? Not because it was perfect, but because it was real. Romans 12:2. Be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. And you did that. You renewed your thoughts. You repented. You resisted. You restarted. And in doing so, you released sound into the heavenly frequencies, sounds that only obedience can produce. Like the northern lights that dance without sound, your surrender painted unseen skies with color. The world didn't post it, but heaven never forgot it. Sornu. It wasn't small. That moment of brokenness, that tearful confession, that quiet yes to holiness was cosmic. You didn't just make a decision. You made heaven rejoice. Now rise, because the applause of angels still echoes over your name. You may not remember the exact hour, but heaven does. There was a moment, not years ago, but recently, when your soul came close to collapse, not because you were faithless, but because you had been faithful for so long, and still nothing moved. You were tired in ways language couldn't explain. The fatigue wasn't just in your body, it had crept into your bones, into your thoughts, into the hidden places no one had access to. People saw your strength, but not your shadows. You kept pouring into others while silently wondering if there was anything left in you to give. And yet, right there, in the obscurity of spiritual exhaustion, something sacred stirred, like the gentle flicker of a candle fighting the dark. You whispered, "God, he'll still obey." No one heard it. No camera recorded it. No celebration followed, but in the spirit, it exploded like a symphony. That whisper of obedience became a frequency of worship that only heaven could interpret. Have you ever considered what kind of worship heaven treasures most? Is it the loud anthem on a Sunday morning, or the quiet yes whispered on a Tuesday night while wiping tears alone? What you did in that fragile space of surrender became more than resilience. It became fragrance. The realm of heaven doesn't move for noise, it moves for truth. And your obedience in the valley, when you had every excuse to turn back, became the music of the throne room. It wasn't a performance, it was sacrifice. And sacrifice, in the architecture of God's design, is always sacred. Job knew that sound. After losing everything, his children, his wealth, his health, He tore his robe and fell to the ground. But instead of cursing, he worshipped. Jobium, vinci ium declaris. Naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return thither. The Lord gave, and the Lord hath taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. That wasn't ritual. That was surrender. That wasn't religious noise. It was spiritual resonance. You did the same. Maybe not on the scale of ancient scripture, but with the same spiritual weight. Your yes carried volume in the heavenlies. Your yes cracked ceilings over your family. Your yes made demons tremble and angels dance. A French painter named Claude Monet once said, "My life has been nothing but a struggle against darkness. And every time I paint, I try to capture a little bit of light." Your obedience was exactly that, a stroke of spiritual color against a season that tried to swallow you. It wasn't big in the world's eyes, but it was divine in heaven's sight. Now contrast this with the story of Caiaphas, the high priest, during Jesus' trial, an expert in scripture, clothed in religious authority, but dead inside. He made no space for mystery, no space for obedience that looked messy. Instead of bowing to the Messiah, he conspired against him. His silence wasn't holy, it was cowardice. And his legacy became a cautionary tale. Outward status means nothing when your heart is far from God. You, however, were far from perfect, but your heart was near. And that made all the difference. Your wilderness worship wasn't a weakness. It was warfare. There's a story of a young father named Malik who lost his job unexpectedly. With rent looming and mouths to feed, he faced two options: drown in bitterness or bow in belief. One night, sitting in his car outside a closed grocery store, he whispered, "God, I won't turn my back on you." Even now, he had nothing to offer but trust. The next morning, someone anonymously paid 3 months of rent into his account. But that was never the real miracle. The miracle happened in the parking lot. The obedience birthed in silence. Does God really receive worship when all you have is a whisper? Psalm 51:17 says, "The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit, a broken and a contrite heart. O God, thou wilt not despise." You offered that, not because you had it all together, but because you gave him what you had left. In psychology, there's a concept called liminal space, the space between what was and what's next. It's uncomfortable, disorienting, but full of potential. Your moment of tired obedience came in that liminal space. You hadn't seen breakthrough yet. You hadn't stepped into next, but you chose faith anyway, and heaven leaned in the forest. A nightingale sings only in the dark. It doesn't wait for daylight to release its melody. Likewise, your song came, not after the victory, but in the tension of waiting. And that's what made it beautiful. Isaiah 42:10 exhorts us, "Sing unto the Lord a new song, and his praise from the ends of the earth. Let the wilderness and its towns raise their voices." Your wilderness did raise a voice, and heaven heard it. So don't minimize that moment. Don't call it small. Don't overlook what God recorded. You didn't just survive. You worshipped when it hurt. You obeyed when it didn't make sense. And in doing so, you made God laugh, not in mockery, but in unspeakable joy. Now rise again, because what was born in pain has awakened heaven's favor, chosen one. Do you know that your faith made a sound, not a sound captured by microphones or echoed by crowds, but one that reverberated in the architecture of heaven itself? You didn't scream. You didn't post. You didn't parade it in front of others. And yet, in the dimension of spirit, your faith roared like a trumpet, a soundless sound, a holy vibration, one that bypassed language and went straight into the ears of the Almighty. Because in the realm of the unseen, faith is never mute. It is frequency. It resonates. It shifts atmospheres. It bends realities. It draws God. Hebrews 11:1 describes faith as the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. That means your quiet belief carried weight long before it carried proof. The spiritual realm responds not to what is visible, but to what is vibrationally true, and your vibration was trust, not performance, but trust. You may not realize this, but there is precedent for this kind of faith. Luke 8:46 tells us about a woman whose body had bled for 12 years. Ostracized, unclean, invisible. She didn't call out. She didn't introduce herself. She reached in silence, and Jesus stopped. Somebody hath touched me, he said, for I perceive that virtue has gone out of me. That's the mystery. Touch is not just physical. It is spiritual. It is energy meeting divinity. She never said a word, but heaven translated her reach as worship. You did the same. Maybe in a hospital room, maybe on a bus bench, maybe sitting alone in a quiet kitchen, maybe with your phone face down and tears falling into your hands. You didn't know what else to say, but somewhere in your soul, you said, God. I still believe, and that whisper didn't just float. It traveled. It crossed dimensions. It reached the throne. In neuroscience, there's something called synaptic resonance, the phenomenon where neurons fire in sync when they are aligned in belief or perception. Spiritually speaking, your faith aligned with the heart of God. When your heart said yes, it created resonance, a sacred echo, a match between what you longed for and what heaven recognized as truth. Have you ever asked yourself how loud your silence is in heaven? Could it be that the most deafening noise in the spirit is the sound of undistracted surrender? You may never stand on stages like Martin Luther King Jr., a civil rights leader whose voice moved governments, but your prayer still moved heaven. King once said, "Faith is taking the first step, even when you don't see the whole staircase." And you, beloved, took that step in the dark, and because of that, something shifted in the unseen. Now contrast this with the example of Herod Antipas, Tetrarch of Galilee. He heard of Jesus. He even wanted to see a miracle, but when truth stood in front of him, silent and powerful, he mocked it. He sent Jesus back to Pilate in scorn. Herod had proximity to the divine, but lacked the posture of surrender. His heart made no sound that heaven could honor, and his name became a footnote in the story of salvation. You, in contrast, had no crown, no title, no robe, but you had belief. The kind that doesn't wait to be seen, the kind that doesn't need applause, the kind that trembles but still reaches. There was a teenage girl named Isla, raised in foster care, who would close her eyes each night and whisper, "God, if you're real, just keep me alive one more day." She had no theology, no scripture memorized, just longing. That whisper became her lifeline. At age 22, she gave her life to Christ at a bus stop after a stranger handed her a Bible. Her faith, though undeveloped in doctrine, was a trumpet in the spirit. Have you ever imagined that your quiet praise might echo longer in heaven than 1,000 songs sung without surrender? Psalm 34:18 tells us, "The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." And Isaiah 55:11 reminds us, "My word shall not return to me empty, but it shall accomplish that which I please." When your spirit agreed with God's word, even silently, it became seed. And seed always finds soil in eternity, like the tectonic plates beneath the earth that move in silence, yet cause earthquakes. Your faith shifted spiritual ground. The world saw nothing, but angels were dispatched. Heaven's architecture responded, and God didn't just hear it. He laughed, not with sarcasm, but with sheer joy, because faith like yours, faith that still believes when nothing is visible, is rare, and when heaven hears it, it throws a celebration. So don't measure your faith by visibility. Don't wait for confirmation from people who live only in the flesh. The Spirit has already responded. You didn't just reach, you touched God. Let's pause for a sacred moment and ask, why does heaven respond so intensely to obedience? Why is it that, among all the sounds rising toward the throne, singing, preaching, declarations, it is the quiet yes of surrender that moves the heart of God the most? Because obedience reveals what no title ever can. It bypasses position and performance. It exposes posture. Heaven is not impressed by the volume of sacrifice if the heart remains unyielded. 1 Samuel 15:22 reminds us, "Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken more than the fat of rams." Sacrifice can be showy, sacrifice can be scheduled, but obedience is raw. It's relational. It costs the soul. It is in obedience that trust is most visibly revealed. Trust isn't proven in calm waters. It's tested when the shoreline disappears. It's the trembling voice that says, "Yes, Lord," when everything logical screams, "No." It is when nothing makes sense, not the finances, not the relationships, not the plan, and yet you choose to obey anyway. That's not just obedience. That's covenant alignment. That's the architecture of true intimacy with God. Have you ever considered that every time you choose obedience over comfort, you're building a structure in the unseen realm, a cathedral of trust, a sanctuary of surrender? Jesus saw this in the heart of Peter when he asked him to cast the net one more time after an exhausting night of failure. Peter could have refused, but instead he replied in Luke 5:5, "Master, we have toiled all the night and have taken nothing. Nevertheless, at thy word, I will let down the net." And that act, done with weary hands but a willing heart, led to overflowing abundance. Obedience didn't follow clarity. It created a breakthrough. Every time you've obeyed God when it hurts, that unseen moment becomes a declaration in the Spirit. "Father, I trust you more than my feelings, more than my fear, more than what I see." And heaven doesn't need you to shout that statement. It hears it in your movement. Psychologically, obedience activates a phenomenon called cognitive override, where your brain bypasses its natural fear signals to act on higher-order conviction. In spiritual terms, it's when the heart overrides the senses. You stop worshipping safety, and you start walking in surrender. Do you know what happens in heaven when your obedience costs you something? When you let go of a relationship that God never ordained, when you stay silent in a room full of gossip, when you tithe your last just because He said so, the angels don't just observe, they mark it. They chronicle it, like a mountain stream carving its way through solid rock. Quiet obedience doesn't roar, but it reshapes everything it touches. Over time, it carves new landscapes in the Spirit. Steve Jobs, co-founder of Apple, once said, "Real artists ship, He meant that creativity isn't measured by intention but by execution. Heaven says something similar about faith. Real trust obeys, not just in dreams or declarations, but in decisions, quiet ones, costly ones, consistent ones. Now contrast that with King Saul, the very figure addressed in 1 Samuel 15. He offered a public sacrifice, hoping to impress. After disobeying God's instruction to wait, he chose performance over obedience and lost the throne. His downfall was not due to lack of gifting, but lack of surrender. He obeyed partially, which, in heaven's eyes, is still disobedience. You, however, chose full surrender. You turned down the opportunity that glittered but wasn't aligned. You stayed when you were tempted to flee. You moved forward when everything inside you wanted to freeze. That obedience became a song in the spirit, louder than cymbals, stronger than sermons. There was a young woman named Thandiwe in South Africa who was offered a modeling contract in Europe, big money, big exposure, but in exchange for compromising her convictions, with tears in her eyes, she declined. God is building something in me, and I don't want to sell it for applause, she said. Years later, she became a powerful voice for girls rescued from exploitation, building a foundation rooted not in fame, but in obedience. Isn't it astounding that what the world calls missed opportunity, heaven calls glory? John 14:23 confirms this eternal truth. If anyone loves me, he will keep my word, and my Father will love him, and we will come to him and make our home with him. God doesn't dwell in performance. He rests in obedience, just like the migratory path of the monarch butterfly, a delicate creature traveling thousands of miles guided by invisible instinct. Your obedience has followed the invisible coordinates of heaven, fragile in appearance, fierce in spirit, mapped by trust. So the next time you obey, when it's inconvenient, when it's painful, when it's lonely, remember this: heaven sees it, it hears it, it records it, and most of all, it rejoices over it, because nothing melts the heart of God like a child who trusts him completely. Now, receive this not just with your mind, but with your spirit. Something sacred is shifting because of what you did. Yes, even the unseen things, the silent, yes, the hidden obedience, the surrender that cost you everything but didn't earn you recognition. That moment didn't evaporate in vain. Heaven saw it. Heaven recorded it. And now, heaven is responding. Matthew 6:6 proclaims it clearly. But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and thy Father, which seeth in secret, shall reward thee openly. God does not overlook secret surrender. He stores it. And when the moment is full, when the cup of obedience has overflowed, he responds, not with small gestures, but with open, undeniable reward. Have you ever wondered what happens when heaven opens a file with your name on it, filled with every act of trust the world ignores? Because that's what's happening now. A divine review, a sacred release. The applause of men may last a few minutes, but the honor of heaven that lasts forever. Psalm 1:5. They that sow in tears shall reap in joy. That is not a poetic metaphor. That is spiritual law. You sowed in the shadows. You persevered while invisible. You prayed with swollen eyes and a weary soul. And now, the harvest has begun. In the science of agriculture, there's something called dormancy. When a seed sits in soil, seemingly inactive, while building the internal chemistry necessary for life, you thought you were in delay. But you were in divine dormancy. And now, the outer soil is beginning to crack. The reward is pushing through. There was a woman named Rehema who served quietly as a janitor in a rural school for 15 years. She often stayed late to pray over the empty classrooms, asking God to raise a generation of godly leaders. No one saw it. No one knew. But years later, 3 former students, now a doctor, a minister, and a senator, returned to that school and dedicated a new wing in her honor. Why? Because what you sow in obscurity, hot reveals in glory. At the opposite end of the spectrum stood Diotrephes, a biblical figure mentioned briefly in 3 John 1-9, who loved to be first, always seeking platform, rejecting authority, exalting self. He was loud in public, but bankrupt in spirit. His name is preserved not in glory, but in caution, because what man lifts without obedience, God cannot sustain. You, however, chose differently. You did the quiet thing, the slow thing, the honest thing, the holy thing, and in doing so, you triggered a frequency of heaven's reward. The angels were not just spectators, they were messengers, dispatched because of what you released in the unseen. Have you ever paused to ask what kind of reward could come from one act of trust no one ever knew about? John 12:26 offers a clue. If anyone serves me, him my Father will honor. Notice, not men, not institutions, the Father. And when God decides to honor you, no force in hell or history can stop it. Poet and Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel once said, "The opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference." But God is not indifferent. He is watchful. And when you loved him enough to obey in the dark, he promised to answer in the light. Imagine a glacier, massive, majestits, but moving so slowly it's invisible to the human eye. And yet, beneath the surface, it reshapes entire continent. Your obedience was like that. Quiet, yes, but transformative. The reward now coming to you is not just material, it is a spiritual legacy. Favor you didn't chase, peace you didn't manufacture, vindication you didn't demand. You didn't just pass a test, you authored a testimony. Proverbs 11:18 declares, "To him that soweth righteousness shall be a sure reward." And what you sowed, your tears, your restraint, your unspoken yes, is now manifesting, not in whispers, but in revelation. Heaven is no longer silent. The trumpet has been sounded. The time of waiting has matured into the time of witnessing. So, hold your ground, chosen one. The honor of man is momentary, but the reward of God is eternal. What you did in silence is now being shouted by heaven. The release has begun. The reward is already moving. It's on its way. Not because you earned it through striving, but because you drew it through sincerity. Let's make this clear. You didn't live for applause. You didn't pursue fame or platforms. You didn't design your life to be seen. You lived simply to be faithful, to love God in private, to walk upright when no one applauded, to say yes to his whispers, even when his silence stretched long. Have you ever realized how rare that is? In a world infatuated with spotlight, you chose stillness, while others chased numbers and clout. You chose to stay hidden in devotion. Your life was an altar, and your posture was worship, not because you were flawless, but because you were sincere. And that sincerity did not go unnoticed. Heaven has a surveillance system. Unlike Earth's, it scans the interior, not the image. While social metrics count followers, God weighs motive. And while others saw ordinary, God said, "That one right there, that's mine." Oh, 1 Samuel 16, 7 declares, "For man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord looketh on the heart. And God saw your heart. He saw the nights you didn't post, the offerings you didn't announce, the healing you kept private, the burdens you carried in silence, and just like David overlooked, dismissed, counted out, you were chosen not for status, but for surrender." David didn't audition to be king. He was found tending sheep, writing psalms under stars, killing lions in secret, honoring God with a harp no one else heard. You've done the same. You fought battles behind the curtain. You carried burdens while still singing, and heaven saw every step. There was a young man named Lucien who worked as a street violinist in Marseille. He played in the subway, not for tips, but because he said, "Beauty must still be offered to the world, even when the world's not listening." One day, a conductor from the National Symphony passed by, heard his playing, and wept. Years later, Lucien would stand on stage before thousands, but the audition that mattered most wasn't the one with an audience. It was the one in the underground, when only God was listening. Now contrast that with Absalom, David's son, who craved the throne without reverence. He sat at the gate, charming the crowds, stealing hearts with charisma but lacking submission. His ambition led to rebellion, and his end was tragic, caught, suspended between earth and destiny. Why? Because promotion without heart posture becomes destruction. You, chosen one, were not driven by ego. You were drawn by love. That is why heaven responded. That's why the reward is inevitable. Galatians 6, 9 urge us. Let us not be weary in doing well, for in due season we shall reap, if we faint not. And now that you know heaven has celebrated your unseen obedience, don't stop. Don't step back. Don't start calculating value by outcomes. Keep moving, not for results, but for relationships. Have you ever wondered what could shift if you kept going? Not because it's easy, but because it's holy. Because obedience is not a single decision. It is a rhythm, a heartbeat, a lifestyle. It's the breath you take when fear presses in. It's the prayer you whisper when disappointment echoes. It's the seed you plant when you don't see rain. And every step you take in that rhythm becomes choreography for angels. John 15:9-10 says, "As the Father has loved me, so have I loved you. Now remain in my love. If you keep my commandments, you will remain in my love." Remaining is not glamorous, but it is glorious. You've remained, and heaven is moving in response. There's a scientific principle in music called constructive interference. When two sound waves align in phase, their amplitudes combine, creating greater volume. That's what's happening now. Your obedience is aligning with divine timing, and the sound is growing. The heavens are amplifying what you sowed in private. Imagine a sunflower in a field of cement, still stretching toward the sun. That's you, against resistance, against odds, still turning, still believing, still becoming. And that is beautiful worship. You didn't chase a name, you followed him. And because of that, God has marked you for more. So here's your charge. Don't grow weary. Don't scale back. Don't measure by what you see. Keep showing, even when it stretches you. Keep praying, even when it hurts. Keep showing up, even when no one notices. Keep saying yes, even if no one claps. Because what you're building is not just a moment. It's a legacy, and heaven is not just watching anymore. It's moving. And here is the divine mystery unfolding before your eyes. Every step you've taken in faith, no matter how small, has echoed across dimensions. Faith doesn't die in silence, it reverberates. Every act of obedience has sent out sound waves, crashing through the walls of delay, shattering atmospheres of fear, and awakening realms you didn't know were listening. Why does this matter now? Because the next laugh of God will not be confined to heaven. It will manifest on earth. The same joy that erupted in the spirit when you chose God in secret is about to burst forth in public demonstration. Salm 126. Dos declaris. Then was our mouth filled with laughter, and our tongue with singing. Then said they among the heathen, the Lord hath done great things for them. Well, have you ever dared to believe that what began as hidden worship would become visible wonder? The harvest that heaven began rejoicing over in your silent season is now pressing against time itself. It's about to break through. What was whispered in the throne room is preparing to be shouted in the marketplace. God's laughter over your obedience, once quiet and intimate, is about to echo through your reality. Like Sarah, who laughed in disbelief when God promised her a son in her barrenness, only to laugh again in fulfillment when Isaac was born. Genesis 21:6 records her words, God has brought me laughter, and everyone who hears about this will laugh with me. Her private doubt became public joy, and yours will too. You've walked through seasons where it felt like nothing was working. You planted seeds with tears in your eyes. You clung to hope while others mocked your journey. You sang in empty rooms, served without recognition, obeyed without applause. But heaven was keeping records. And now, the same voice that said, let there be light, is declaring, let there be laughter. Now, there was a woman named Teresa, a single mother in a small industrial town who raised 3 children while working night shifts. No one knew that she prayed over their shoes each morning, asking God to order their steps. Decades later, one became a judge, another a pastor, the third a social worker. At her retirement party, the mayor honored her faith, not just her labor. Her laughter was not the laughter of ease, it was the laughter of vindication. In contrast, remember Gehazi, servant of Elisha, who secretly coveted material gain when no one was watching. He chased wealth through manipulation. His disobedience in private led to visible judgment struck with leprosy. His story reminds us, what begins in secret never stays hidden. Whether obedience or deception, it will echo. But you, chosen one, chose the narrow road, and now the ripple is returning as a wave. You didn't obey for visibility, yet visibility is coming, not to elevate your name, but to exalt His. Isaiah 193 promises to give them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness. That's not symbolic language. That's prophetic exchange. Your ashes are being traded. Your tears are being answered. Heaven's laugh is becoming earth's proof. Have you ever imagined the day when the very people who doubted your journey will witness the outcome and say, surely the Lord has done great things for them? In nature, this pattern holds true. The sequoia tree, one of the tallest living organisms on Earth, begins as a seed, smaller than a coin, hidden for years beneath soil and shadow. It only breaks through when conditions align, but once it does, its roots can anchor generations. Your faith was that seed, and now the breakthrough is sprouting. The world will soon behold what heaven has already celebrated. Your harvest is not coming as a whisper. It's coming as laughter, as melody, as undeniable, unexplainable, supernatural joy. So, rejoice, not just because something good is coming, but because God is revealing himself through your story. What made God smile in secret is about to make you dance in public. What heaven celebrated over you in silence will soon become your visible song. The world won't just see your success. They will see him, chosen one. Hear this, not just in your ears, but in your spirit. That moment, yes, that moment, the one you thought was too small to matter, too quiet to register, too simple to be sacred, it was recorded in heaven. You didn't announce it. You didn't seek applause. But in the unseen realm, it was a roar, that decision you made in solitude, when no eyes were on you and no hands clapped it, shook the spirit realm like thunder from the depths of holy resolve. You thought it was stillness, but it was a symphony. You thought it was ordinary, but it was orchestral. You thought it was forgotten, but it became music in the throne room. God laughed, not in mockery, but in delight. The angels leaned in, the heavens echoed. Why? Because in a world trained to bend under pressure, you stood in obedience. In a generation addicted to visibility, you chose serenity. And in a culture driven by applause, you chose alignement. That is rare. That is sacred. That is the kingdom. Matthew 5:16 reminds us, "Let your light shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven." Your light did shine, but it didn't shine from a stage. It shone from a heart that said, yes, in the dark. Have you ever asked yourself why heaven celebrates when no one else claps? Could it be that God measures greatness not by reach, but by response, like Noah building an ark in silence, like Esther fasting in fear, like Mary saying, "Be it unto me," while facing scandal? You did the faithful thing, the brave thing, the surrendered thing, and while you didn't move stadiums, you moved the heart of God. While others measured influence in followers, God measured your faithfulness in footsteps. There was a woman named Juniper, a school nurse in a forgotten rural town. She prayed over every child she treated, some with fevers, some with bruises from abuse. No one knew. She retired quietly after 40 years. But one day, a pastor stood in the pulpit and shared how, at age 7, he first heard God through her whispered prayer in the infirmary. Her obedience never made headlines, but it made history. In contrast, think of King Uzziah, once a righteous ruler, who later let pride corrode his humility. In 2 Chronicles 6 sees, it says, "But after Uzziah became powerful, his pride led to his downfall. He entered the temple unauthorized, seeking spiritual access without submission, and he was struck with leprosy, because God honors those who kneel, not those who self-exalt. You, however, didn't chase the temple. You became one. You hosted his presence with every yes, every no, every faithful step. Have you ever imagined what it looks like to be marked by heaven? What does it feels like to walk, not just with knowledge, but with divine affirmation? Isaiah 62:3 speaks of this mystery. You will be a crown of splendor in the Lord's hand, a royal diadem in the hand of your God. That's who you are, not because of your title, but because of your trust. You may not fit the mold. You may not have credentials, but your obedience became credentials in the Spirit. You've been stamped by fire, sealed by sacrifice, marked by grace, like the Arctic tern, a bird that migrates farther than any other from the North Pole to the South and back again. Your journey has not been easy, but it's been sacred. Your endurance has not been for nothing. It has mapped a flight path. Others will one day follow. And now walk into your next season with your head held high, not in pride, but in promise. Walk as one who is seen by heaven, known by the King, and celebrated by angels. The reward, it's not delayed, it's developing. The breakthrough, it's not out of reach, it's emerging. The joy, it's not circumstantial, it's eternal. And what God felt because of your obedience is not fading, it's compounding. It's a building, it's birthing something unstoppable. So when the appointed time comes, and it will come, the world won't just see a blessed life. They'll see the evidence of what heaven already knew. You are His, and He is well pleased. There's a kind of worship that isn't sung, it's lived. And one of the rarest forms of worship, one that heaven shouts over, is when you simply stay. You stayed in the process. You stayed in the assignment. You stayed in the posture of surrender when everything in your life begged you to leave. Staying is not a weakness. In the spirit, staying is warfare. You didn't leave the calling when it got hard. You didn't walk away when the promise took too long. You didn't disconnect when your emotions were frayed and your prayers felt like static. You didn't abandon your post, even when your heart was breaking. Have you ever considered that staying is a statement? That remaining rooted when you're tempted to run is a sacred shout in the realm of heaven? Hebrews 10:35-36 declares, "Cast not away therefore your confidence, which hath great recompense of reward, for ye have need of patience, that, after ye have done the will of God, ye might receive the promise." You didn't cast it away, and now the promise is moving toward you. In psychology, there's a phenomenon called decision fatigue, when the mind grows tired from making too many hard choices. Spiritually, you endured seasons of soul fatigue, but still stayed faithful. You chose again to pray, to serve, to believe, not out of comfort, but out of conviction. Think of Ruth. Everyone told her to return. Naomi even insisted, but Ruth uttered one of the most powerful declarations in Scripture: "Where you go, I will go. Your God will be my God." Ruth 1:6. That wasn't just loyalty, that was legacy. She stayed, and her staying positioned her in the lineage of the Messiah. Have you asked yourself lately, what if my faith didn't fail, but instead held ground when heaven was watching? You could have walked away. Many did. They chose ease. They chose the exit. But you chose endurance. And that choice resounded louder than any sermon, because staying, when it would be easier to run, is the sound of trust. French philosopher and Catholic mystic Simone Weil once wrote, "Attachment is the great fabricator of illusions. Reality can be attained only by someone who is detached." But you redefined it. You detached from comfort and stayed attached to calling. Compare that with Demas, the man who walked with Paul, but abandoned the mission for love of the world. 2 Timothy 4:10 says simply, "For Demas hath forsaken me, having loved this present world." One line, one choice, and his name became a warning. You, however, didn't forsake. You fastened yourself to the Father, and heaven took notice. There was a boy named Zion who lived through 9 different foster homes by the time he turned 15. Every time he thought he had found safety, it dissolved. But at age 17, after reading about Joseph in Genesis, he decided not to run from his pain. He stayed in school. He stayed at the church that welcomed him. He stayed on the path, even when no one else stayed with him. Years later, He became a trauma therapist for kids in foster care. His faithfulness to stay rewrote destinies. Have you ever realized that by staying, you were not stagnant, you were planted? Psalm 92:13 says, "Those that are planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God." You didn't float. You didn't uproot. You planted your life in truth, and your roots are deep now. Think of the baobab tree in Africa wide, resilient and deeply rooted. It survives droughts not because of what you see above the surface, but because of its invisible strength below. That's you. While others admired temporary blooms, God invested in your lasting roots. Staying may have felt silent, but in the spirit, it thundered. Staying when it hurt made angels rise to attention. Staying when it stretched you caused heaven to declare, "There is one who knows the cost and pays it in love." Isaiah 30 promises, "But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles." You didn't wait idly. You waited faithfully. And now comes the wind beneath your wings. So now, as the release unfolds and the reward draws near, don't look back in regret. Don't let the enemy redefine your stillness as stagnancy. Don't confuse delay with denial. You stayed. You survived. You obeyed. And because of that, you will soar. And soaring doesn't always look like speed. Sometimes it looks like stillness above the storm, like the eagle, whose strength isn't found in the flapping of wings, but in the ability to ride the wind, to catch the updraft and rise higher without exhaustion. That's where you are now positioned above. Not because you climbed in panic, but because you waited with purpose. What if the very season that felt like delay was actually the wind God was preparing for your ascent? Isaiah 30:15 reminds us, "In returning and rest shall ye be saved. In quietness and in confidence shall be your strength." You didn't fight your way forward. You trusted your way upward. While others strained for visibility, you remained steady in hidden obedience, and that, in heaven's geometry, is how altitude is gained. Have you noticed how a volcano is silent before an eruption? How do the tectonic plates shift far beneath the surface before the mountains rise? What the earth calls silence, heaven calls formation. You were forming deep within. There's something called elastic potential energy in physics, the stored energy inside a stretched object, waiting to be released. The longer the stretch, the greater the release. That was you. Every stretch of your soul, every season where you didn't break but bent. Every internal prayer that felt unanswered, it was all storing something. Now, the snapback is coming, and the release will not be small. There was a man named Mikhail, an Eastern Orthodox iconographer, who painted for 30 years in obscurity, creating sacred images of Christ, Mary, and the saints. He would fast and pray for weeks before each painting. He was never invited to galleries. But years later, when a fire destroyed an entire church in Bulgaria, only one wall survived, the one with his icon. It became a symbol of spiritual endurance. Heaven preserved what earth ignored. You too have been building what fire cannot burn. In contrast, King Rehoboam, Solomon's son, inherited a throne, but not the wisdom. In a moment of decision, he chose force over humility, pride over presence. His kingdom split in two. Why? Because he couldn't discern that leadership without listening is collapsing in disguise. His refusal to stay under counsel became the reason for national fracture. You, however, stayed under the counsel of the Spirit, even when it was quiet, even when you couldn't explain why, even when the only answer was, wait. That weight refined your discernment. That weight preserved your oil. Matthew 25:4 tells us, "But the wise took oil in their vessels with their lamps." You carried extra. You didn't just shine. You prepared. And that preparation is about to pay off. Have you ever thought that while others were counting visible fruit, heaven was counting hidden oil? The oil of endurance, the oil of obedience, the oil of, "I'm still here. Oh, and now the bridegroom is near." Psalm 40:1-3 says, "I waited patiently for the Lord, and he inclined unto me, and heard my cry. He hath put a new song in my mouth, even praise unto our God. Many shall see it, and fear, and shall trust in the Lord." That one, your new song is not just for worship, it's for witnesses. People will hear it. They will ask, "How did you survive?" And your answer will not be a speech. It will be a sound, a resonance, a presence, the fragrance of someone who stayed. You are about to become living proof that staying isn't losing, it's storing, and what was stored in tears will be poured in power. Chosen one. By now you know what you thought was a whisper in the dark became thunder in the heavens. What you did in secret moved eternity, while others chased applause. You chose obedience. While many sought influence, you remained faithful. And because of that, heaven didn't just observe, it was a celebration. You didn't need a spotlight to be seen by God. You didn't need a title to be chosen. You were already marked not by success in the eyes of men, but by surrender in the eyes of heaven. And now, that surrender is speaking. It is echoing. It is bringing reward. So walk boldly into your next season. Walk like one who has been heard by heaven and held by God, because you are. And never forget, heaven's celebration over you didn't begin with a miracle. It began with your yes. Then if this word stirred something inside of you, don't keep it to yourself. Like this video so others can find it. Comment, "I receive it," if this word resonated with your spirit. Share it with someone who might be walking through silent obedience right now. And if you haven't yet, subscribe to this channel so you never miss another word like this one. To everyone who supported this ministry, whether through super thanks, through prayer, or simply by showing up week after week, thank you. Truly, your presence here is more than digital. It's spiritual. And if you've sown a seed into this word, may God multiply it back in ways only He can. But even if you haven't, your faith, your time, your listening heart, it matters. May the God who sees in secret reward you openly. May the joy of the Lord be your strength. May His peace go before you. And may the next move of God in your life be so undeniable that it causes others to say, "Surely, the Lord has done great things for them." Psalm 1:6. You are seen, you are loved, you are chosen, and heaven is still rejoicing over you. Stay faithful, stay surrender, because what began in secret will end in glory. Until next time, be blessed.